Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. For those that are tuning in on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or stream, and for those who follow my several TikToks under HCS895, I'm your host, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, HCS. Chosen Ones. How's everybody doing tonight? Tonight, we're just going to do a little bit of talking. Let's talk about it. That's what I named it. Let's talk about it. We're going to talk about a lot of things here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Some people might like it, some might not. Oh well, that's the way it goes. Uh, but in saying that, let me share this live feed. There we go. We are all shared out here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing well. I do have a link, brothers and sisters. I placed a link for the t-shirts. I placed a link on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on Facebook. Let me see if I can find the link so I can share it with y'all. I'm gonna share it in a few. So how's everybody doing tonight? I heard there's a little bit of people, and it's acting a little bit strange tonight. It's kind of like they like dishing out, but they don't like being uh, spoken of for some reason. But hey, that's the way it goes, right? Everybody is going to speak their truth. I'd rather speak in the truth than in a lie. How you doing, Sister Metal and Chat? We got Soren CS here tonight. He's going to be talking about a lot of things. I will drop the link. Do you got the link, Sister Madeline, for to order the shirts for Spiritual Encrypted Encounters? Uh, it should, the link is on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Let me maybe I can I don't know if I can copy it or how I'm going to share it. But it's on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Whoever would like to purchase, we're selling shirts for Spiritual Encrypted Encounters and hoodies for Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Uh, Let me see if I can find the link. Okay, there you go. I got it. I'll show you where to go to uh for the shirts. Let me. I got it on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, and if you drop it here, just post it. So whoever's interested in a shirt, but I'm going to show you what to do. Let me share the screen real quick. Here we go. It's right here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. There's a link. So what you do is you click on. It's called Recon One. Of course, you can see 19 kilo for the tankers because that's my brother in arms that is helping me. He's blessing me to do this. You click on that. Of course, you bring it down. You're gonna see. Let's see. Oh, it's not sharing it. Okay, let me see if we can see it. Okay, let's do this. Well, let me see if I can do this again. Okay, So what you do is you go to Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Let me see if you can see that. Okay, that's on the screen. Let me stop sharing that. Let's do it again one more time. There's the link right there. Sister Madeline dropped it. So you go to Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on Facebook, and the link is this link right here, Home Recon One. So you click on the link, and it takes you to the screen right here. Let me see y'all able to see this. Okay. So I'm sharing it there. So you click on this. It's going to take you to the screen. Let me see if it's showing it there. It's not showing it there. Wow. So there's a link. Let me see if I can click on it, see what it does for me. Yeah, it's not letting me do nothing here. Let me stop sharing this for right now. Let me see if I can try it one more time. Okay, let me share it like this. Okay. So when you click on the link, it's going to take you here. As you can see, 19 kilo, right? Because that's what my buddy's business is. He sells merchandise for the tankers. Uh, okay. So what you do, you scroll down. There. Oops. There you go. Here's the shirt is 22.50. Here's a quick view of the shirt. Is going to come with a patch right in front, and then the design in the back for whoever's interested. Which is this is what he says about me. HCS experienced the allure of the unknown with the official T-shirt from the famous podcast Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, made with 100% resin cotton for a perfect fit. This exclusive piece, produced by Recon One, showcases our commitment to quality and uniqueness, reflecting the same intrigue and excitement that the podcast provides. Designed for true enthusiasts, with T-shirt combines comfort with making it must have for any fan. Join the mystique with Recon One and wear your passion proudly. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, okay. Let me go up some so y'all can see it. There it is. The back of the shirt. There it is. How it's gonna look. I'll leave it. I'll showcase it for right now a little bit right there so y'all can see it. See what y'all think about the shirt. Yeah, I placed my order already earlier, Sister Madeline. Um, to me, if I think whatever, I don't know what you're going to purchase. I'm showing you the shirt right now, and there's a hoodie also that he created. The hoodie is a little bit more expensive, but it's really a good material, as a real good hoodie. So no, there's a favor that he's doing for me, my brother in arms. We served, we were stationed in Fort Hood for many years. I knew him when he was coming straight out of basic. I was coming from overseas. He stayed in. I got out because I was hurt. Uh, you know, with they diagnosed me with something, so I had to leave. But he stayed in, and he's a retired first sergeant. Then I have another brother in arms that was our friend also, that he's a retired sergeant major, command sergeant major. So, I just, the too many accidents, when I was young, uh, that caused me to have the conditions that I have now, which, I'm disabled from the military. Uh, as this is accidents that happened to me in the military, but, I'm a trooper. I keep on pushing forward, even though I have my conditions. I still keep on moving forward, maintaining the Heavenly Love Foundation. Let me share the hoodie. Move this back. I think he said he had a here. Here's a hoodie right here. Let's look at the hoodie. I don't know if he's got it hanging or not. Yeah, he's got a hoodie also that he made. So see, I go through PayPal when I buy my merchandise. To me, it's cheaper because within PayPal, anything that's over $30, it'll give the option to you paying in payments of four. So it'll be like every 2 weeks is just $11.25. So to me, for anybody, you don't have to pay that much right off the bat, but the purchase has to be over $30 in order for around $30 in order for you to qualify for the four interest payments, which would be cheaper. I mean, you don't have to pay too much right off the bat, the whole amount. That's what I'm trying to say. So here's an example, right? Okay, let me continue to look here. Yeah, my brother Corey. That's my buddy right there. I'll do anything for this guy, just like I know that he would do anything for me. We served together. He knows who I am as an individual, just like I know who he is as an individual. Uh, but he stayed longer in the military, has more experience than what I had in the military because I had to get out. I did my time. Uh, he's been to combat also in the new Iraqi war. It's just that war was different than what I was in. That was more of an urban warfare. But yes, he's a combat veteran also. He pays attention to the show. He sees the show. He's a single father, raising two boys, and he's doing an awesome job. Uh, he's a busy man. This is what his business is. Recon One, and he sent me the print of the shirt that he was working on, and I said, man, I want you to to see if you and your the chosen ones or your members were interested in getting a shirt that represents spiritual encrypted encounters. But yeah, he listens to the show and everything. He knows about Corner the Cob and all those idiots. He knows about all those people. There's a lot of my combat brothers that tune into the show. This one thing about the being brothers in the military, that is for life. That's brothers for life, right? That if anybody's in a situation, I'm there, regardless of what's happening in my life. I'm there to assist my brother in arms, and vice versa, right? Uh, but he did this here for me, which I really appreciate it, brother Corey Stevenson. If you're viewing, uh, and also you seen the shirt that he has there also. I mean, if you're interested in that, also you can purchase it too. Which is let me share it again. Let me share his shirt. He's got a shirt there also that he was selling. I don't know if he still got it or not, but I let me see if I can find it. He's got this shirt he had created here for. He created this shirt for the tankers. See, it's got zombies. It's got a wraith. It's got skulls. It's got a zombie coming out of a grave right here, and it's got a flag here on the side. So he created that shirt for the tankers or for whoever. If anybody's interested in that shirt, you're more welcome to get it too. Like I said, he's a single father, and he does this. This is what he does. Uh, he's a good guy. Yeah, it had free shipping. Yes. So that's the shirt, and like I said, you're more than welcome to purchase it if you want to. Also, it's got a flag to support. The veterans, and then it's got. He created this shirt also for Halloween for the tankers, or actually for whoever, right? So that's the one he did uh, for the 19 kilos. But you're more than welcome to purchase one also. So supporting the troops. To me, it's all the veterans and the soldiers that are in. I believe it's important. I always support my brother in arms. That's where I get all my tanker shirts from. It's from here, from him, Recon One. That's a saying that we used to say all the time in the military when we're ready to engage on the enemy, on combat. Recon One, locked and loaded. Okay, let me catch up to the comments here. So that's brother Corey's shirt here. So I'm going back now and just going back and showing you the shirts again one more time. The one for spiritual encrypted encounters, and we got it here hanging. Here it is. That's the back, and it's got a little patch for the front, which is you'll be have this little patch in the front of the shirt, uh, and then of course it says spiritual and encrypted encounters. We tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. You got all kinds of uh, possibly a bruja or lechusa. There's different little shadow figures here and stuff like that. Then here in the bottom it says, "Always maintain a heavenly love foundation." Now, of course, I guess you could tell who that is. Okay. Oh yeah, he's a good artist. That's what he does. He's always been very creative, especially when it comes down to artwork. Y'all want to see some of the shirts that are on there for the tankers? I was just displaying this one, but let's look at some of the shirts that he's got. He's uh, very creative on his artwork. Uh, so that's the shirt for spiritual encrypted encounters. And here's a little patch that comes in the front. We got T-shirts for sale and hoodies. Yeah, so he sells hats. Look at that. Look at that hat. Logos. Uh, Look at this one. This is what I need right here. He's got my. Let him put a 135 armor patch on it right here, the flag and a hoodie. Yeah, he does very well. Let's see. Let's go to shop all see what he got. Here you go. Look at this one. This one's cool as hell right here. This tanker shirt. I need to get purchase this one for me. He created that one right here. Let's look at it. Look at that design. It's got a tank. It's saying boom. You got the loader with a saber round TC. All kinds of action here. You see the tank down here. Recon one. Yeah, you says what the f. Uh, you know, if the other people see this shirt, they're gonna freak out and say that Song CS is threatening them. No, I'm just showing my friends logos how good of an artist he is, and there's a shirt. They're gonna take the shirt and it's like he's sending our platoon to come after us. Yeah, we seen a tank shooting around at us, and they sent boom on it. Oh man, yeah. Let's see, you can make that bigger right there. But that's for my brother in arms, Corey. Okay, let me back out of here. They even let me see that. Let me see. What's this woman's collection? He got a woman collection here too. Here you go. It's for the women that he sells. It says, I'm a happy-go-lucky ray of fucking sunshine." He's got it in that color, and it's only $15. Here you go. Ray of fucking sunshine. So I'm a happy-go-lucky ray of fucking sunshine. And here's another one in this color. He's got them in different colors. He's got it in blue, in orange, red, purple, or black. And it says, I'm a happy-go-lucky sunshine. Check it out. It's a woman's shirts here. I'm a happy-go-lucky ray of fucking sunshine. And it says in the bottom here, Recon One. Pretty awesome. See, you can be a tanker too. All right. Let me back out a little bit here. See what else is on here. Uh, Here you go, Corner Gob. Nothing is given, you have to earn it. Hard work pays off. Nothing is given, Barney Nunley. You have to earn it. Hard work pays off. There you go. For all the losers from Oklahoma and from Kentucky, they want to freeload off of people. Nothing is given, you have to earn it. Hard work pays off. See what else we got here. Here's one that says proud wife of a badass U.S. Army tanker, and you got a U.S. Army veteran shirt there. But there we go. Let me go back to y'all. Let me stop sharing this. Boom. How you doing, brother Gary? Salem, Massachusetts, about 20 miles away. I am doing awesome, Darren. Okay, who we got here? Yeah, brother Corey's. I've been knowing him. We straight out of basic. He was in 24 replacement, so he's a real good friend of mine. He's checkups on me and stuff. You know, I tell him that I don't like to drive too much. Uh, but yeah, he's a good guy. One day I'll have him on the show. Yeah. Oh my God. How you doing, Gary Lopez? Well, I named the title. Let's talk about it. I wanted to share some stuff before I go into let's talk about it, because when we go into let's talk about it, Soren Sears is gonna just talk about it straight up. You don't got time to be playing game with no losers. You know, I know that there was a point in time when uh, people were trying to get me and brother Josh Turner to fight, which included Fat Titty Cuffington and stuff like that, and other people. Uh, these people that are surfacing up, like the drunk ass from Fort Worth, Sean, when you were crying drunk on my show when you appeared and you started telling me all kinds of things. How come I didn't go to somebody's funeral and all this kind of crap? Well, he wasn't my friend, first of all. You were crying drunk on my show. Then you said that you were going to come to Temple, Texas, and take care of business with me, right? So I started working out. I said, okay, I see this as a challenge. I love challenges. Started working out, beast mode, and I was waiting for you to you say you're going to be in October like 2 years ago. You never showed up because you were just nothing but talk, right? Uh, it's going to be another another Christmas here. I mean, another Halloween. You said nothing but talk. I seen you make some comments. I seen your name and I recognized you. Uh, stay to your drinking. Get drunk. Mourn over somebody's death. Uh, and just stay out of it. Just like you didn't want to handle business before. Just stay out of it. It's none of your concern what's happening. That's all I have to say to you, because you did a lot of talking and you didn't do diddly squat. That's okay. They can clip the videos all they want to. I'm just being straight up of what I'm talking about here. I'm just addressing certain things. But before I address certain, I want to show you a funny video. I want to show you a funny video that I recorded this morning, and it's dealing with this fool that he says he's boots on the ground. He's never served the United States Army. That's like disrespecting the veterans that truly served, that been out there, that we've done the training, we've been overseas, we've been in wars, in combat. We've done it. So you got this guy that's weighing like 500 pounds, uh, with a big old belly sticking out. I'm here to say you don't represent boots on the ground. That's not you, man. You're bent out of shape, a deadbeat dad, weigh like 500 pounds. You can barely walk, and you want to be talking crap like you're somebody. You ain't nobody in the to the in the world of the military. You're just I'm going to say it straight up, a piece of shit. That's what you are. Trash. A piece of shit. A big pile of shit. That's what you are. That's why I talk about it. Let's talk about it. We're talking about it. So here we go. Amen. Yeah. So Buddha Cafe say he was in the military also, and he knows. I'm just addressing this, so I want to show a video or something. Let me send it over. It was something that I captured this morning. If I can find it. Oh, here it is. And I'm going to play it for y'all. Uh, it's. I think it was kind of funny when I played this. So here we go. Let me find it first. before I share it. Okay, let me go to y'all and let me share it. Were you the one that scared Dirty Ike? Let's watch it from the beginning. Were you the one that scared Dirty Ike? Were you the one that scared Dirty Ike from Oklahoma? What's up? Good job of scaring Dirty Ike. Good job of scaring Dirty Ike. Come on, come back here. Hey, I got a mission for you. I want you to go on a little trip to Oklahoma. I'll play it another time. Run it again. Were you the one that scared Dirty Ike? Were you the one that scared Dirty Ike from Oklahoma? What's up? Good job of scaring Dirty Ike. Good job of scaring Dirty Ike. Come on, come back here. Hey, I got a mission for you. I want you to go on a little trip to Oklahoma. Oh man. I think oh shoot, let me oops. There we go. It happened early in the morning, and the deer was just looking at me. You know, it was listening to me. But once I said Dirty Ike, he like his ears went up like that, and he's like, "Oh shoot!" He took a running. Dirty Ike, what are you doing to the deers in your area? I don't think. I think the deer was running away from you. What you be doing over there in Oklahoma? You be luring the deers with corn or something, or trying to do something with corn to the deers? Because once I said Dirty Ike, he knew you, and he took up running. So what you really be doing over there in your neck of the woods in Oklahoma with that corn? So I do have another video. I know y'all seen. They said that they had a show where they captured a Bigfoot pass around the in front of the vehicle or something. I think I might have captured the accomplice. Let me find the accomplice. Or here's another video. Okay, let's see. So tonight is more about having a little bit of fun. other people's expense since they've been targeting me, saying bad things about me. Why not? Right? Why not? You know, they want to dish out things. Well, they're they're gonna get some things back. So here we go. Let me share the next video. Let me put it up here first. All right. Here we go. Let me share this one. Here we go. Uh, Sister wife, how about you? Wasn't you in Dirty Ike's video? Entered you? Sister wife? Didn't you come out on Ike's video? He done stabbed you in the back and he got you over here in the thrift store. Shouldn't have done the video. Pretend to be a Squatch. Do the yell for me. Come on. Do the yell. Pretend to be a Sasquatch. How about you? Wasn't you in Dirty Ike's video? Entered you? Sister wife? Didn't you come out on Ike's video? He done stabbed you in the back and he got you over here in the thrift store. Shouldn't have done the video. Pretend to be a Squatch. Do the yell for me. Come on. Do the yell. Pretend to be a Sasquatch. How about you? Wasn't you in Dirty Ike's video? Entered you? Sister wife? Didn't you come out on Ike's video? He done stabbed you in the back and he got you over here in the thrift store. Shouldn't have done the video. Pretend to be a Squatch. Do the yell for me. Come on. Do the yell. Pretend to be a Sasquatch. There you go. Oh my God. Oh, where's Sister Brenda? Y'all want to see some dolls? It's just I forgot to shut off the game system that I was playing, but I got some dolls to share with y'all. If y'all want to see dolls, give me a thumbs up and I'll share them with you. They look kind of freaky. I said, why not? Let's have a little bit of fun. It's Saturday. Normally I don't do lives on Saturdays, but what the hell, you know? Everybody's taking cheap shots, so screw it. Let's do this. Uh, yeah, let me share this other video, but it's gonna have a noise. But just bear with me on this because, like I said, I forgot to shut off the system that I was playing, and there's a noise there. So I'm gonna share the video so y'all can check that one out. This I was just having fun this evening. I said, you know what? So yeah, that's what put the title. Let's talk about it. Why not? Let's talk about it. And we're gonna be addressing these fools tonight. So here we go. Let me send the video. Well, yeah, the dolls. The dolls. Share to. Okay, I send it. Let me make sure it's on. Okay, there it is. There it is. Okay. Here we go. Check out this one. Check out this one. Yeah, I did not touch the dolls. But here you go. In the spirit of Halloween and certain things with dolls, and after I throw my shade or whatever I have to do, right? Then we're going to talk about some stories, to mix it up a little bit. Normally I say this stuff at the end, but this time I'm saying it at the beginning. So here we go. Let's share this. Okay. You want to find a new home? Hey, how you doing? You want to come home? You want to find a new home? Okay, let me push play. Sorry about that. Let's do this again. Hey, how you doing? You want to come home? You want to find a new home? What's your name? How about y'all? We got a couple of members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters that love little dogs like y'all. Yeah. There you go. Who you say? Sister Brenda? Okay. How about you? The Duende? You requesting La Duende? Who else we got here? Oh, there you go. You're a feisty little one. Okay, I gotta go. I'll think about it. Alright? Don't hold your breath now. Hey, how you doing? You wanna come home? You wanna find a new home? What's your name? How about y'all? We got a couple of members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters that love little dogs like y'all. Yeah. There you go. Who you say? Sister Brenda? Okay. How about you? The Duende? You requesting La Duende? Who else we got here? Oh, there you go. You're a feisty little one. Okay, I gotta go. I'll think about it. Alright? Don't hold your breath now. Okay. I got one more. I got one more. Yeah, because I had one and I went to go collect and I forgot to log out. So you could hear the music in the background. Here I couldn't hear the music, but y'all could hear the music. I got one more video. I don't think this one is so bad, but it looks pretty unique. Uh, let me find her. Here we go. You got one more. Here we go. I think this one looks pretty cool. The music might have been playing then too. I don't know. So here we go. Let me go to it first. Okay. Let me share it. And you look very happy. Hey, how you doing? All smiles and everything. Who you want to go? Who you want to go visit? We got a lot of members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters that might be interested in you. You look very happy. I'll think about it. Hey, how you doing? All smiles and everything. Who you want to go? Who you want to go visit? We got a lot of members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters that might be interested in you. You look very happy. I'll think about it. Hey, how you doing? All smiles and everything. Who you want to go? Who you want to go visit? We got a lot of members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters that might be interested in you. You look very happy. I'll think about it. There you go. I was just messing around. See, I'm for those that truly are my friends that know me. I'm a real nice guy. I like to joke around. I do things out of the just like that. That's how I am, and I make people laugh when they're sad. That's who I am, right? As an individual, I don't like being the other way because the other way. Now I got to attend my Heavenly Love Foundation, but when you have people uh, targeting you for serving the military or for having spiritual encrypted encounters, or they target you because you defend your friends. That's what friends are supposed to do, is have each other's back, just like for the code of the brothers in arms. We've got to have our backs, because if we don't have our backs, how we're going to survive a combat environment, right? So I'm just here responding to this people, that I am a cool guy. I'm a nice guy. Uh, all these people say that I threaten their lives, and is all a bunch of crap. I mean, you're going to say things at the heat of the moment. I mean, that's, when I said something to this individual was a long time ago, but I believe I was being challenged also. I got challenged by Sean saying he was going to come to Temple, Texas during Halloween and beat me up. That's all right. We'll bring it then. That sounds like a challenge, so bring it. He didn't bring it. That's a terroristic threat, right? A threat. Let it go. Then you got fat, broken-hearted, Fat Titty Covington. Uh, he was mad because Sister Madeline supposedly broke his heart. I don't know if how she broke his heart. If he had this, he was seeing this female or common law, right? Or they were married. I don't know what the deal was with them. Named Laura. So I don't know why he was crying about Sister Madeline when Sister Madeline, Brother Anthony can do whatever the hell they want to do. They're their own adults. In which Fat Titty Covington is still crying about it. The bitch that he is, he's been crying about it ever since that day has happened. He cried to me over the phone. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the hell's the matter with this guy? Crying to me over the phone. He was literally crying over the phone. And then he's like, "Well, I'm sorry. I'm just very upset right now," crying. And I was like, "Man, don't you have a girl? Don't you have a so-called wife that you said is your wife? Why are you crying?" Madeline was a good a friend of mine, and and I'm just trying to defend her. No, you're instigating. You instigate a lot of things because that was your mission. You were trying to instigate. I didn't buy the crying crap uh, that you were trying to do. You were infiltrating. You wanted to cause division between friends and family, right? That's what you're trying to do. Same shit you're trying to do right now. Titan, that was the name, right? When you were trolling me on YouTube, talking about uh, to fight. I guess you wanted the fight to happen so bad that your titties got pumped up. Yeah, man. That happened what 2 years ago? And you still crying about it? Get alive, bro. Get off the meth. Stop messing with the lot lizards. Stay away from the hungry hippo. There's a lot. That's a lot of ham for you, man. Stay away from the hungry hippo. Or whatever your deal is, you're irrelevant, man. You've been irrelevant for a lot of people in a long time. You're trying to make yourself relevant, but you're not. You're just a. I remember the day that you cried, and when I heard somebody say your name, the first thing that pops in my mind was the day you're fucking crying, like the little bitch that you are. You're crying like a bitch when you call me. So when I hear you say the day that you threatened me saying that you wanted to kick my ass and all this stuff, and I could hear the fear trembling in your throat. Only God knows what the hell you had in your throat. Now that I know you're affiliated with those sick bastards, uh, Barton, Larry, and Corn the Cob, and the gayer guy. Only God knows what was gargling in your throat. But yeah, you literally made a video saying you're going to kick my ass because you're mad and you're crying again, right? You're crying because what did I do? And I have the screenshot of the, how should I say, the choice that you were trying to give me. And I told you straight up, like a man, I said, look, me and Josh are cool. We squashed it and we're gonna leave it at that. So, but I see what you're trying to do. So I'm gonna have to unfriend you as a friend. We're not gonna be friends no more. You, Larry, the guy from Germany, I unfriended him. I unfriended this people. That's why we made the video because he wanted me to choose them. Right? They figured, well, you already had a fallout with Brother Turner, Brother Josh Turner. He must have some hatred in his heart still. No, I never had any kind of hatred towards Brother Josh. It was the instigators that was trying to start shit. They were telling him things, they were telling me him things, right? Both of us. So he got mad because I stuck with Brother Josh Turner. If I remember correctly, every single one of y'all, even uh, Dirty Dana or Wicked Dana and Psycho Dana, she's got so many freaking names. Uh, I believe, didn't y'all say to me that you were die-hard paratroopers at one time? We will never abandon Paranormal Roundtable because we are Paratroopers for life. You're lying. You're lying when you say that. When I heard you say that, I said, "No, these people are up to no freaking good," because all of you were saying the same thing. So I started putting pieces together. If all these people are saying the same thing and they're telling me these things, that means only one thing, that these people are all affiliated together and they're talking together. So if the same words are coming out of each individual, it's because they're affiliated. So yeah, I'm the one that figured you all out a long time ago. And I said it to Brother Josh Turner, to whoever wanted to listen, right, or had an ear. I've said a lot of things, but I'm not going to lie to somebody. I'm gonna be straight up, right? Look out for my friends. So here we go. Barden Farden Lonley make it seem that brother Josh Turner is putting me up to go after him. You see, I got a picture with me and Barton Lonley from the conference. I had nothing against Barton. Never had nothing against Barton. You know, I'm a team player, right? If I get invited to the conference or brother Josh, and then Larry invited me also, right, when they were still cool. I said, "Yeah, well, brother Josh Turner invited me," and it was a little bit awkward. I'm not gonna lie, you know, I didn't know what to expect, but we know I believe that brother Josh Turner is truly a man of his word, because there was the people squashed and went out. Me and my wife went out there to the conference. We just had a good old time, you know. PRT, like they do to, of what I've seen of what they do to the members, the Petron members, they pull out the red carpet for the people that support them, and that's awesome, you know. And me, they were there for me, you know. But I wanted something, other things, and we're going to talk about them. I just know that Brother Josh Turner is a man of his word, and these freeloaders that he blessed, right? He blessed them with things. He decides to throw a freaking tantrum because things ain't going his way in his life. But that's what happens, Barton, when you're a piece of shit and you're freaking a musher, right? Things are not going to go your way if you're not doing anything about it, right? The things that Brother Josh Turner has is because he's worked for it. Everything that he has, and the people that is around him makes him who he is. And you're just, I'm going to say it's straight up haters. That's what y'all are. You're miserable in your lives, and you're just freaking miserable. If you were the person that you say you are, right, trying to put yourself in a high pedestal, then you'd be a 3 podcast, and uh, you've killed and mounted 20 saber-tooth tigers. If that's what you say, you know. You killed them with your cosplay sword, the saber-tooth tigers. If you're this famous person that you say you are, and that brother Josh Turner is nobody, or my little show is nobody, then how come you keep on messing with them? I know why. Because you need them, like he was helping you out before. He gave you dinero, mola. These people that are affiliated with you, you'll be surprised if they give you a rubber ducky, or they give you a jar of roach, a jar of roach barbecue sauce. They ain't gonna give you diddly squat. So you're literally making a fool out of yourself. I'm just here. I'm gonna tell you straight up. You want to talk bad words and all that. Anybody can talk bad words. You're just an idiot. An idiot. I never had nothing against you, man. The reason you came up against me in a negative way is when I unfriended your butt buddy, Larry, right? But I believe you were in the scheme all along, that you were behind it, that you're affiliated with Larry. That's why when Larry was talking shit about Brother Josh Turner, you never stepped in and said nothing to him. You allowed him to try to diminish his character, even though he done gave you money and helped you out. You helped out the good old boys, right? That's what you call it, the good old boys, which was Larry. That was your good old boy, right? So you got pissed off, and Brother Josh Turner has nothing to do with what you did that started me talking shit about you. When I unfriended Larry and blocked him, you sent me this whole pair. I got the messages of what you sent me. And you said you were going to keep me in prayer and all this crap. It's the thing that you said before all that. When you insulted me, you told me to kiss your ass. And then I said something to you. I said, well, bring your ass to Texas and we're going to find out who's going to be kissing whose ass, right? What do you do? What'd you do? When I responded to you thinking I was going to say nothing to you, right? You talk to Brother Josh Turner because crying like a bitch that you are. You told him that I was messing with you. But you were the one that initiated that by disrespecting me. That's old beef between me and you because you started that beef defending perverted Larry. I got the screenshots. If y'all want me to later on bring it up, I'll show you that I never started nothing with this fool. Freaking Tales from the Crypt. He's like a bag of bones, man. Probably weighs, I don't know how much it weighs, but he's talking about, he talks a big game, right? Like he's going to do some shit, but he's not going to do nothing. He's just, he's already old. I don't want to waste my time with you. I have no interest in wasting my time with you, Barden. Never had nothing against you. It's the people, whether you're affiliated with them. I believe you're affiliated with them. You knew all along. That's why you never defended Brother Josh Turner, because you were the people that supposedly were going to infiltrate Paranormal Roundtable and try to destroy them from the inside out because they're infiltrating, and that didn't work. And the shit that you're doing right now ain't working either. You're just making fools out of yourselves. You want to talk straight up? I'm talking to you straight up. So let me catch up on the comments before I continue this talks. Sister Madeline, Fat Titty Company never had a chance in hell with me. Yeah. There you go. Okay, right there. Sister Madeline says, Fat Titty Comforton never had a chance in hell with me. What is that telling you, Fat Titty Comforton? That she don't see you as a man. She wasn't interested in you. How come you just can't take that, what you say there? Fat Titty Comforter never had a chance in hell with me. And just move on with your life. Go, if Hungry Hippo wants to give you a chance, if Wicked Dana wants to give you a chance, go for it. But she's telling you she never was or is interested in you. How come you just can't let that be? She was never interested in you. So there you go. She's speaking the truth here. She didn't see you in that kind of way. She says, "Well, Laura left Clough and now has a new man and is living her best life." Yeah, I seen the photos. She's very happy. She's very happy with this new man. I guess it's a real man that she's got. Let's see who else is here. Oh, by the way, thank you, partner, for viewing my show. I seen that you got on, right? Right, Barton? You said you got on to view what I was saying. Well, I hope you enjoy what I'm saying right now. And I got the truth. I got receipts that Brother Abe Seas, Sergeant Seas, is saying the truth 100%. The one that is full of shit is you, Buster. Is you that's full of shit. It's probably why you always pray all the time the way you do. I mean, when a person has a guilty conscience, right, and has done some messed up stuff, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna use prayer and verses of the Bible as a cover up of the dirty deeds that you've done, right? And it right. You know, Sister Madeline. Okay, he says, Sister Madeline says that he was in Titan. Okay, take away the AN and we just put another T and a Y. We know he's that, right? Chiches. I'm going to start calling you Cluffy. Chiches. That's what your nickname is going to be. Chiches colgando, hanging tits. That's what going to be your new nickname. Yeah, it was Titan, uh, Titty Titan, whatever you want to go. Yeah, well there you go, Titty Titan. I guess Titty Titan is a form of a Nephilim, but with titties. You know, that's him. That's he's an offspring of the Titans, but he's a fat titty Titan. Yeah, yeah. You're getting mad to fat titty Titan. The Bucky's is nearby, and the truck stop is nearby. Pull up your rig, man. We handle business. After I've done take care of business, I'll buy you a burrito. So you know, so you don't feel so bad. I'll buy you a burrito on me. Are you mad? Are you mad? Imagine him as a truck driver, right? You know how sometimes, for those that had the looks when I was younger and stuff, sometimes people flash you, chiches. They don't flash him. He flashes them as a trucker. So he's driving his truck and flashing his titties to the vehicles that are passing by. So we're gonna call him. I mean, we can also call him the flash titty trucker. I bet you people done recording him flashing his titties at them. People have the cameras in the vehicle. That titty Cluffington. All right. What is it? Darren Frank says, my daddy used to say, don't get your titties flopping, you'll get muck in your eye, whatever that means. Oh, man. Uh, well, if I did block you, Shea by King, I am sorry, man. I just, you know, I was being trolled so bad, man, that I didn't know who was affiliated with, who was in cahoots with whatever. People were taking screenshots of what I was saying and stuff like that. But right now, I'm just having fun, man, out of other people's expense, and it's speaking the truth and having fun in between. You know, it's okay. Uh, I think they're pissed off right now. I would think they're pissed off. So here you go. Yeah, we'll talk about the deranged Dana too in a moment. Cobweb, cobweb, what? Cobweb crotch Dana? Oh my god. Oh yeah, she likes to flirt with Dirty Larry. Yeah, I doing Simone Washman. We just like he says about it up here. Let's talk about it. We're just having a little bit of fun here from the people that have been targeting Paranormal Roundtable, spiritual encrypted encounters, saying bad things. We're gonna get continue this conversation. So, Barton, are you mad? Don't go drink the Coke, okay? If you're mad, swinging that sword, the Cosplay sword, don't go drink the Coke now. We don't want you winding up in the hospital again. Don't be throwing no fits. Everything in the situation they are is because you did it to yourself. You burned bridges and you did it to yourself. I wasn't messing with you then, but I'm talking to you now because you keep on putting my name in your mouth. Just like you put other things in your mouth when you go to your adventures out there in Brokeback Mountain with Dirty Larry, Corn on the Cob, Gayer Guy, and Fat Titty Cuffington. So here we go. So let's talk about another individual. And I will, this individual brought my name into the equation because, I protect my friends, right? Shell, Dale, Coyne, or whatever the hell your name is, Shell. Just by your first name, Shell of a woman is just a shell of a woman because you're not a woman. I mean, you say you want to beat up beat up guys, so you're a former shell of yourself. I put you on blast today. I hope you enjoyed what I wrote about you, about what I think about you. Let me put some of this. I won't put your face, but I will write. You wrote some mean, horrible things about the Turners, and we're going to expose you here in spiritual encrypted encounters tonight. I'm not going to put what you said because you can see that on News or on PRT News because they got it there. So out of my defense, I responded back to you, right? Of what I thought about you. I knew you from before because y'all invited me to your group. I knew it was your group or somebody else, the Whispers or something like that, right? So I noticed that every time I try to bring something dealing with God or something that y'all didn't like that, right? Then the pictures that I would place, you didn't like that either. So y'all had something negative to say. But when you place your shit in pictures, it's like you would put your name on there like you were somebody important and all this stuff, right? You say you've been doing this for a very long time, blah, blah, blah. You know, putting yourself in high credentials, just kind of like Barton Lonely does, right? So you say you're defending these people that are supposedly innocent when that's not the case. Stephen Michael McGee is a dirtbag and a piece of shit. So that's not the case. I'm just here to let you know. But you're stepping in there, and I'm calling you out because of the shit that you put the pictures. What you do is you crop the hell out of some pictures, which is a form of matrixing. You matrix like to the very smallest. You have people in your group matrixing so small that these people were literally drawing pictures of little stick figures, right, of animals and little people, but they're doing it with some kind of with the color red or something like that, right? I was like, what the hell is this? I said, I thought I had issues. By golly, this people here really has some freaking issues. I said, you know what? I needed to be here, right? So I seen how I said something one day and everybody jumped me in that group like fucking piranhas. Like started coming at me. And I said, I'm gonna be the better man. I'm not gonna say nothing to these people and I'm just gonna step out and move out. So I grabbed my content, the little bit of content I had placed on there, and that was it. I blocked her and I friended her a long time ago. So when I see your name pop up, it's like, well, you know what? I really didn't get a chance to express how I really felt about your pictures, right? So I did copy something here, and I hope you're tuning in because a lot of your pictures, there's a lot of matrixing. You have people put in some drawing their own pictures. It's like you remind me of little kids. They're trying to learn how to draw, and they're making these little stick figures, and that's what you're. That I will see a lot of that in your post, and you're allowing these crazy pictures on there, and saying it was okay. What I sensed is that you wasn't being truthful to these people. You wasn't telling the people what you were really supposed to do. Because I don't think you're a good person. I think you're a person that if somebody's bonded, that's what I felt. That this individual were being bonded by unclean spirits, and you're allowing them to be bonded by the unclean spirits because that's what you're about. You're wicked. You're a witch. You've been on witches programs before, right? Tell me that I'm wrong. You've been in a person that claims to be a witch program before, right? So you're not going to be there to help out the individual that are being spiritually bonded. You call yourself a whisperer because you're a bruja, summon things, you hear things. I mean, you might have some capabilities, right? Spiritual capabilities. But what you're lacking is a heavenly love foundation. What you're lacking is uh, Jesus Christ. That's what you're lacking, in which you don't have the spiritual gifts of discernment. I might share all the ranting you did. Let's talk about this. Let me share this ranting of this insane, crazy woman. That's why I left her group because it was just freaking crazy. I said, I don't really, I do not need to be involved in this negative environment because I'm a person of maintaining my heavenly love foundation. So when I seen your name pop up and you brought me into the picture, I said, all right. Well, I couldn't do in your group because your moderators wouldn't allow me to defend myself. Now I can do it on Spiritually Cryptid Encounters on YouTube. So, like I said, I hope you enjoyed what I placed about you. So here we go. Let me send the what it says about her, and I'm gonna send you first of of, of what I think about her. Because she's been on witches show. She claims to be a whisperer, which is formed like a witch or whatever, right? So she's got all this wisdom and knowledge. I call bullshit. I call bullshit. So here we go. How about we share what you? I'm gonna not share everything. Let's just share two paragraphs of what you were saying. They got my attention, right? So here we go. That's why I said what the things that I said about you. Here we go. Let's share it here. Just I'll just do 2 pages and then I'll put what I said about it today, which I shared on SE News and on PRT. Here we go. Let's share this. There she is. Looks a lot older than the picture that I got. She's probably up there in age by now. I don't know how old she is, but that's her name. Says is with Barden, Farden, Nunley, and Hungry Hippo. This is what she says. Family and friends, Iggy this. I have to address an internet bully. But she's the bully because she's a bully of her group that I used to be in. And she says, to my nemesis, in which she's calling him an enemy, has the earnest to think I would be a follower of anyone farther than the button you push on the internet. There you go, right there. That I would or could be a follower of anyone farther than that button you push on the internet, in which that right there by itself verifies that she's the bully because that's what she was doing to me when I used to be in her group and the people that were affiliated with her. That's why I left because you couldn't say nothing there without her and the people that were under her come after you like freaking piranhas. So in all actuality, she's the bully, right? She says, I follow no one. Yeah, so I guess you don't follow Jesus Christ. I've always been a leader. No, leading myself through everything in life, not just research. Oh, and I researched for decades, little boy. Decades, little boy. I saw how your research went on TikTok. You posted, step out of the car, have it close, running with that. She said she's calling brother Sister Nelly a pig here. Sits in the car. You wake up to a bush. Blah blah blah. Parking lot, the structure. Blah blah blah. It smiles. You know, whoopee. Miss Nobody. Thank you. Take two steps, small break, and say, "We got to get back out of here." And your hustle, fat ass, bad about cowboy, uh, dumbass. The woman that has decades of dumbass experience or decades of being a dumbass. It was a comedy skit, by the way. So the what they were doing was a comedy skit. So you're admitting been a dumbass for decades. Okay, here we go. Then you talk about pansy ass. I mean, I don't know who's talking here. Is it the demon that's within you, the whisper, a demon with a whisper? Because it sounds like a man here. Not unless you identify yourself as a gender or something. I don't know. But here you're talking about pansy ass. Uh, brother Josh Turner is a big dude. But what are you trying to initiate here? You want somebody to say something bad about you, that they're going to do something to you, so you could cry to the cops or do something like that. Nobody's going to initiate nothing to you, but tell you the truth here. That's what I'm doing here tonight on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. You dumb ass puta. Oh, here we go. You said, I have climbed through pure darkness, pushing on as trees are knocked down 10 feet in front of me. See, I don't use flashlights or headlamps. Well, your buddy that you're defending uses headlamps on his head. Dirty Ike, he uses them all the time. And flashlights. So what? So what you're admitting there that he's not truly boots in the ground. You're admitting it right there because that's what he uses. Okay, here we go. See, I don't use flashes or headlamps. I click on a pin light to see the path at times. Well, a pin light is still a light. So you do use a form of a light. That's it. A light is a light. You can handle 1/10 of what I have in the field. What? Bullshit pictures? Matrix pictures? I pushed on I pushed and climbing over them and following the things that most people, okay, let's go to the next one. Then following the things most people nightmares are made out of. What would you run into? The corn on the cob monster out there, or somebody dressed as a bunny making uh, Bigfoot sounds. She says, "I have bested you 1,000 times." Bullshit. You're no researcher storyteller. Mind that when you leave, you have to climb back over obstacles to get out. You couldn't run back to the car 15 feet. Nope. Your yellow belly, blah, 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 will be crying about that too. Never, number one, never make it that far as you lose your breath. Okay. Are we talking about Dirty Ike here? That's what it seems like to me. Yeah, yellow belly fat ass. That's Dirty Ike you're talking about here. Your pansy ass is to chicken shit. Yes, he used to be called Chicken Cleghorn, and he is a pansy ass because he will man up. Number three, you don't have grit and territory or freaking clue. Yes, yeah, and you forgot another one. Dirty Ike is a deadbeat dad and does not send a single penny to his son Hunter. Let me see. You say, if I met you face to face in battle, I grant you this lady would cut you down to size. So, okay, you have a cosplay sword with you. I'm assuming that's what you're saying, that you have a sword with you. So you're a cosplayer like farting. I think I seen a picture of you holding a sword that was way bigger than you one time. But let's not look into that. You know, a wannabe what Conan the Barbarian maybe. I don't know. So let's continue. He says she says you'll be on your back in a New York second, exposing your big bags yellow baby to the sky. You're all tough behind that computer screen. The only thing you're capable of getting is your minions in your cult to hate people that intimidate you. Well, lady, you don't intimidate nobody, lady. You're a skinny old ass lady, and you don't know nothing. You don't know anything about cutting anything to size. You've never been in a combat environment, so I'll call bullshit on you right now. It's a figment of your imagination that you're a badass lady. You'll be too easy of a target. I'm just letting you know, as a combat veteran, that wherever filled up with a bullshit in your head is all in your freaking head. You're not a badass. Trust me. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. That's all I'm going to tell you. And then it says, the only thing you're capable of getting your minions and your cult to hate people to imitate you is that inside violence you sit back and praise them. A true coward in every scope of imagination. You're a pussy. Oh, here we go. She's saying, yeah, Mike is a pussy. Make this final statement from me. I have real life to tend to right now. This damn childish plague bullshit, blah, blah, blah. Follow no one and anyone you talk to and your haters on your group, bitch all the time now. I offended them and any other. I see what the problem is here. You said I take no shit off of no one. You have a lot of anger in you, a lot of anger issues here, in which that's a spiritual opening. You said you were cut into size. That's a spiritual opening, which I'm assuming it's you whisper or you say you talk to things that you might have a negative attachment upon you. You might be spiritually bonded. That you're being spiritually bonded right now. I believe so. You're being demonized. And see what else does it say here? More cussing. Anger attracts unclean spirits. So she's cussing here. Uh, so I've had enough of. I don't even want to hear the rest that she has to say, uh, because it's just this lady has a lot of anger issues. But I believe it's because she's being demonized. Okay, let me catch up to the comments. It's a shell of yourself. If you want to jump on, I'll drop a link here for your bitch ass. You want to talk like you're badass? Here you go. There you go, shell. A shell of your former self. Jump on. Jump on. I dare you. Say you're a badass. How you doing, bro? We're just having like he says up there on top. Let's talk about it. That's what we're doing here. We're talking about it. All right. Let me. She said to check my messenger. Okay, let me get out of here. All right. So tonight I'm just a little bit of venting. That's why I put the title. Let's talk about it. Let me do something here real quick. You know what I'll be doing on the show sometimes. I'll be doing the show and playing a little bit of games that I play online. Here we go. I'm just checking on something real quick. Okay, let's continue. I'm way back there. The Simone Watchman said, "Hey, what's about you handing out burritos?" Okay, yeah, she's not all up there, man. That old lady. I'm reading at the comments here. Yeah, I'm gonna put what I talked about her about this woman, what she does. You know, she's got negative attachments on her. So at this time, I would like to pray for her. Heavenly Father, at this time, I would like to pray for Chell, uh, for you, Heavenly Father, to get out as we place heavenly spiritual crosses on her from head to toe. We tie, bind, and rebuke the unclean spirit, the negative attachments that's upon her. If she's dabbled in any witchcraft and necromancy, we tie, bind, and rebuke that in Jesus Christ's name. For whatever she tries to do from now on through witchcraft, necromancy, or saying negative things towards people, for her to stumble and continue to fail. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. Yeah, the first one that brought me into all this was Dirty Ike when he targeted me and Sister Bettina Moss. Then after that, nothing happened between me and Brother Josh. Then the things happened between me and Tales from the Crypt when he insulted me, and I responded to him. He's talking about kiss his ass. I said, "Well, wait a moment. So you want me to kiss your ass? Well, come meet me in Texas. We're gonna find out who's gonna be kissing whose ass. You know, that's what I do. That's the type of person I am. You know, somebody come at me a certain way, I'm gonna respond to them a certain way. You know, I'm speaking the truth, farting. That's what happened. You're trying to act like a badass. You ain't no badass. There you go. Josh Turner, here's Nemesis. You want to jump on? Here's a link. Tales from the Crypt. There's a link. You want to jump on? You want to vent? Go ahead. There's a link. There's a link. I know why y'all mad because y'all got figured out. Y'all got figured out, and the scheme that you're trying to do backfired on your asses. I seen the suspiciousness in all of y'all. Guess where? Anybody take a lucky guess where Brother Abe see us or Sarn see us, seeing these people acting suspicious? I think if somebody knew the answer, that would be Brother Josh Turner. Where I seen them acting suspicious. Yeah, at the PRT conference. That's when I seen that there's something wasn't right, that there was affiliations because people were acting a certain way. I'm good, man, of looking at people's demeanor. So I can that's okay. This person is with this person, you know, it'll fit. It's too easy to figure out who's affiliated with who. Just put it that way. I'm gonna drop a link here. Yeah, horrible people. Horrible people. I think I seen a picture of that skinny woman. She's real skinny, holding a big sword. I guess from a cosplay or something. Uh, Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. Freaking wannabes. That's what they are. Wannabes. Oh, so here we go. This is I'm gonna send what I wrote to her or what I posted earlier to the shell of herself, former shell of herself. That's what I'm gonna call her. I mean, former shell of herself. No, hopefully the unclean spirits that had a negative attach are going to set her free, and maybe she might find love in her heart again and find Jesus Christ and change her ways and probably, hopefully, apologize to Brother Josh Turner, Sister Nellie Turner, to me for throwing the fit. I know it's not you. I know it's other things that are within you that are making you do that. So I forgive you. Forgiving is part of love. So I forgive you, Shell. I forgive you. I forgive you. And I would suggest to keep your, if there's family that serves listening, please keep that sword away from her. She might hurt herself with that sword. Keep the sword away from her. Lock it up. Put it somewhere where she can't reach it. That's my suggestion. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So let me share this things dealing with this woman. I won't share her picture of the things that she finds, in which, like I said, she crops the hell out of it. So I'm gonna send this over so I can read it to y'all. So let's get to this. Okay, here we go. Wait up, wait up, wait up. Oh yeah, is it here? Oops. What do we got here? Oh shoot, that's Fat Titty Cuffington right there, dressed as a mouse or a mice, and he says, "Fight me." So if you're a mouse, then I don't have to buy her a burrito from Bucky's, right? If we meet, so I just buy you a block of cheese and we're good. I can get you some cheap cheese from HEB since you're a mouse. There's Fat Titty Cuffington trying to fight. Okay, let's get this fat guy out of here. Vámonos. La bota. I had to put him out. Let me share what I want to share with y'all. Let me go find that. Boom. Let me get out of here. think I'm sharing the wrong thing here. Okay. Maybe I'll share it off my group. Maybe that'll be the best way to do it. But it's not showing me. I'm not seeing it here, brothers and sisters, so I probably won't share it. Uh, Maybe I can what I can do is download it and send it. There's Brother Wolf. There's Brother Wolf. How you doing, Brother? How you doing tonight?
Oh, doing okay. Could be better. Could be worse.
Yeah, I just said, what the hell? Let's talk about this, man, because I see how these people are. They twist their tongues. They twist. They're lying. You know, they're full of crap. And the chill chick, I used to be in a group a long time ago, and I left, man. I unfriended her and everything because they were real wicked, man. You know, she says she follows no man. What is she?
Well, there's a lot of people who've said things about her over the last few years. I personally don't really know her that well. The only thing I can attest to is that she was talking about needing money, her and her husband, and so I bought a sign that he makes, these signs out of wood. And so I told her, I said, hey, how much is it? And I think it was a little overpriced. It was like $375.
Oh wow!
But I wanted to help them out. And so I tried to help them out, and it was like a month went by, 2 months went by. By the third month, I messaged her. I said, hey, what's going on here? I'm kind of busy. I don't really, have time to bother people. But it was like, I asked them to get, this done. What's the deal? And I was polite with her. I was not rude. I wasn't mean or anything. I was just, hey, what's going on? And we spoke on the phone and she just went off on me. I mean,
Wow.
like literally she like spun out and I was just like, dude, immediately, like something's not totally clicking with this person. I had paid them up front. And she bawled me out like I did something wrong. It's like, you're the people that are taking 3 months to do something that's, should be simple. And then she started going on this rant about how I guess he's her husband or so. I don't really know their situation that well, but just talking about he didn't like her, didn't want to talk to her or something like that. And
What
it's
the
like,
hell?
I don't want to put people's business out there. I've never said this publicly. I've told people that, are close to me, but it was just a weird situation. And so I gave it some more time and I guess about another month goes by. And finally, reached out to her again. And, she said, well, it's done already. It's done. And that's what she chewed me out again, like just completely went ballistic. And I just hung up and I never talked to her again. And then she was in that group over there, just ranting and raving, talking shit with these people. And I was just like, whatever. And
I seen
I
that.
know at one point she left that group because she said that they were too negative. I'm going like, golly, how negative do you got to be to make her leave? I mean, good grief.
I
You
see
know, and
that.
then,
That's why I did what I did, man, and I put what I put of her because when I was in her group, they all were targeting me the same way Dirty Ike was doing. You know, so only God knows she might have been in cahoots with the guy. the same tactics that Dirty Ike was doing, she was doing in their group. So I said, I don't need this crap, and I left, and started working on my groups. I already had Positive Spiritualists. Then I created Spiritual Encrypted Encounters and started doing my thing. There was a lot of people that were coming after me because it's, oh, you're trying to be like so and so. You try, man. I don't even know who these people are they're talking about. Brother Josh, the only way I came into the cryptic community is because I believe it was Armando or somebody sent me to
Yeah.
Vic. As I was doing Lightworkers Light Feeds of the World. You don't believe me? It exists. And then they started doing Lightworker Light Feeds. That's what I was doing till the day they told me, well, you can't mention Jesus Christ here. I was like, okay, well then I don't need to be here. I mean, isn't that the strongest love foundation there is Jesus Christ? So
Well, you would think that these people, but a lot of these people they're not really into Jesus.
She said that she told they're into the Ouija boards and the tarot cards and all these other things. What Shell told Harley Owens, a Dirty Ike sexually arrested her. So I think she calls herself something whisper walkers or something like that. That's what she calls herself, a whisper walker or whispers or some crap like that.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. All I know is I saw some post from Larry that she had said, supposedly she had said that I astral projected into her bushes and burned them up or something, some kind of crazy. And then Larry was ranting and raving, saying that Holly Vincent had said that, that I had appeared to a bunch of people at her hospital as a giant blob of black shadow. It's just terrible.
What the hell are they smoking over there, man?
Dude, I don't know what these people are on, but you would think that they would just be like, Josh Turner doesn't care about us, we don't care about him, and then you move on. But that's the thing, when you're dealing with people like this that are unhinged, and eventually I'll get around to going on Rumble and just dealing with, and I'm not going to attack these people. I'm just going to refute everything that they've been saying because they're consonant liars. I mean, I can't even imagine waking up every day and being able to look at myself in the mirror and go, oh, another day I got to go attack this guy that doesn't give two shits about me. I mean, it would just, because I really don't. I don't give a shit about these people, man. It's just they are so vocal. And what the main thing for me that just kind of bothers me, and I guess it's kind of scary in a way, is like when you look at this group of people, they feed off of each other and they're very, very unhinged. And so it's kind of dangerous. And now they're trying to build this, what do you call it? Like this narrative that you and I are going to go on a mass killing spree or something and kill all these people. Like, I don't want anything to do with these people. I've already said it before, and I'm not going to keep saying it over and over again. I've said it enough. I'll reiterate it on the show again tomorrow, and that's it. I'm going to say it. Look, I don't want anybody going after these people in a physical way, not only because it's illegal and you could go to jail, and if you do attack these people, that's what's going to happen, and that's what you get. But they're dangerous. These people are absolutely dangerous people. And if you're going to mess with these people, something can happen. And they over there, they're trying to build this narrative that they're terrified and they're living in fear. I don't believe that, because if they were, they would shut the F up and they would quit talking and they would leave us alone. But they don't do that. Their whole world is about trying to drain my energy, or whoever they're attacking, mine, yours, Nelly, Anthony, Maddie, Tony, whoever the hell they're mad at it, and then going after them. Tex or Harley Owens or whoever, Barb Hartman, whoever they're fighting with. That's their, for this woman to say that I'm her nemesis, that it's basically been 2 conversations on the phone with her cussing at me. Not me cussing back. Not me cussing back or saying anything to her. I was not ugly to her.
I think they are part of a cult, honestly. Dana, Janice, all of them are part of this cult, and this is why. And I'm going to show what this says, so you can see where I'm coming from because I noticed the pattern. Right? It's like one day they want to be talking about things, scripture, and then the next day they just want to talk about wishing death upon you. Right? That's what they do. So this is what I want to share. This woman, shell of a woman. Okay, let me see if we can open up this bigger. I don't know if it's going to let me or not. Oh, shit. I don't know. That's the only way I could download this. So we just put it on Facebook. Uh, I don't know if y'all can even see that. Okay, let me see. Here we go. Share. What I wanted to share is over here on the right side of what you were saying. Well, this is what I took of it. I placed Shell, we type and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. In the Bible, a whisper, because she calls herself a whisper walker. Say, whisper is a person who secretly slanders others, spreads malicious gossip, or sows discord through secret backbiting. This term refers to a specific type of sin involving deceit and malice, often leading to the breakdown of relationships. You know how I was telling you that they were infiltrating your brother Josh?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And trust. Instead of open confrontation, whisperers use discreet, insidious speech that is damaging and often hard to stop once it begins. You've seen her rants, right? All the shit that came out of her mouth. Secret and malicious speech. The act of whispering is context, is not simply speaking softly, but is a deliberate way to secretly harm someone's reputation. And that's what they've been trying to do all along. Sowing discord. The primary effect of a whisper is to create conflict and separate close friends, which Cluffington did that, remember? He was trying to do
Yeah.
that. And stated in Proverbs 16:28, deceitful and poisonous. The words of a whisper are compared to dainty morsels that are pleasant to hear, are inwardly poisonous and destructive. New Testament. The term is also used in New Testament in Romans 1:29, where it is listed among other evil behaviors like envy, malice, and deceit, demonstrating its moral gravity. They warn against gossip. The Bible warns against such behavior in several places, such as Proverbs 26:20, which notes that the quarreling ceases when the whisper is removed.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to share that.
Well, makes sense.
And when you think about when you think about Dana Ortega, there you go. Perfect description. But whisper, witch, same thing. Wicked people. Nobody's afraid of them. I'm not afraid of them, but at the same time, I don't want to associate with them because they done showed themselves what they're about, and that's it. But I had to address this tonight. I felt that I had to. That's why I made the show.
Yeah. Somebody said I'm getting bad feedback.
It sounds good right now. I heard a little bit of feedback, but not right now. So this lady here, man, was supposedly who was she trying to defend? trying to man up, saying, I mean, talking about threats, right? She said she's gonna cut you in half, but you have
Yeah.
a sword like Barton.
Yeah, I think she's like friends with Barton, and I think she's friends with Larry. And I think that's how she got involved.
Yeah, if any of these fools are listening with the fake profiles, I'll drop a link right now, right here, just to let you know we're not afraid to debate y'all. What's up?
Well, you know what's interesting about Larry Fisher is that if you I noticed somebody told me that he follows some kind of witch group or tarot card reading group. He's supposed to be this really puritanical guy, Texas lawman, whatever. I really don't buy into that because everybody that was around him, and I can speak about him and Clough in particular because they were around. And Clough used to say it all the time. He used to point it out about Larry. In fact, he was one of Larry's biggest critics. And now he's over there buddying with him, which is weird because he was all like up against Mike and Larry. And when I wanted to end the war, and fighting with those filthy five, I wanted out. I wanted it to end. This dude wanted to keep going. But Clough he got so mad because I wouldn't continue fighting with DDoS and Dark Waters and all those people. I said, man, I got things to do. I got like a life. And this dude, he got infuriated and it's simple because he wanted Clough. We're talking about Clough. He wanted to keep it going. And I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to tell you, he wanted to keep it going because that would have made him irrelevant. And Clough, it's the truth. You were nothing but a character assassinator, and you didn't like Tony because Tony spoke up and said something about you, and him and Stefan didn't like what you did. It wasn't about the people that you did it to. It was because of who you were and what you were. And I was okay with the memes and stuff like that because I thought humor was the best way to combat these people. I still do. But just going and making these videos and just doing an hour, 2 hour video of somebody, I've already said this before, and I've told you this, Abe, and I've said it publicly. That's what he was. He was a character assassinator, and he was, as we say in Spanish, vieja chismosa. That's what he was, like a woman, dude. But it was like an evil witch woman that sits there and spreads deceit and lies and talks about
Like
people, subterfuge.
Instigator.
Yeah, instigator. Yeah, he was a shit stirrer, and so I didn't like him, and I never liked him, and I'm pretty damn sure he knows it too that I didn't like him, and so that's the whole point of him trying to get a hold of me and me not wanting to talk to him. So when I called him, it was like he had all these bad things to say about Maddie. First, he was like acting like he was all surprised, that I didn't know about the situation. And I'm like, well, I didn't know about the situation because I don't pry into Anthony's sex life. It was simple as that. I don't have a journal about him and Maddie's sex life. I don't give a shit. And if I did give a shit, Maddie wouldn't be living here. I mean, she's living out here with us. I mean, why would I? It doesn't make sense. Like, they try to do all this mental gymnastics to make it to fit this weird narrative that they built. And for Larry, he had called Anthony a week before I had the conversation with Clough, and Anthony was out, doing a job. And, I didn't know about it. I didn't know that Larry had called him and given him this weird lecture about, premarital sex. And I had no clue that, yeah, dude, there was a whole weird ass conversation that came out later on when we were all talking. And we just kind of put
from the guy that has pictures of young girls on his phone.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's the weird thing. I mean, like when I got together with Anthony and Maddie and Nelly and a couple other people, we put it all together. And I was like, I did a lot of listening on that conversation because I didn't really know what was going on. And so Maddie was kind of like, okay, let me see, maybe this is what's happening here. And that's when she told me all of the things that Barton, really shocking about Barton in particular, but I forgave him, and I still tried to be his friend, but he never would cop to the things he did and said. He just said a lot of things were said, and I'm like, okay. And so I left it at that. but there were multiple people who warned me. You were one of them about Barton and how he was false. He wasn't a good guy. And it was a conversation between Larry, that dude from Germany, and then, which he's not talking about me, so I'm not going to talk about him, but that dude from Germany, Larry, Barton, and Clough. And they basically had a hate Josh Turner festival on the phone. And I think Larry and Clough had already been plotting together at this point, because it was weird. Larry reached out to Anthony a week before Clough and me talked. So he had that weird rant to Anthony about it. Then there was this talk, between me and Clough. And Clough told me, all the dangers of Maddie and how she could be a problem or whatever. And I was just like sick to my stomach. I was like, dude, here's this bad person and she's going to be coming down here. And now Clough's telling me all this stuff. If you didn't want it to be spread around, then why tell me about it? That's the question I had, because I didn't call him by accident. I was told that he wanted to talk to me. And so that's why I called him, and he told me all this weird crap, and it sounded believable. I guess my biggest problem was believing that guy. And then, I screwed up too, believing Mike when he told me about Hellbent Holler, building some kind of an alliance against me with Jessica Jones. I believed it. Like I didn't, and I guess my problem was that Mike, he comes across very believable. I mean, he comes across as, real easygoing and cool. You don't realize like what you're dealing with. And when you're really busy and you have contracts and deadlines and things like that, I don't have time to sit there and, just vet out some of these podcasters, YouTubers or whatever. I just figure, if I'm honest, they'll be honest, because most of the people I had dealt with at that point had been, with the exception of like maybe 2 or 3, and that was it. But
I was the one that figured him out that he was a Damon Peterson account because of what happened.
Yeah. And then for Barton to sit there and say that I brought you into it, that's a freaking lie. You were already being trolled for a while by Mike, and I think I was too. In fact, I know I was.
I was arguing with this Damon Peterson account, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what he messed up, because I was saying something to Damon Peterson, he logged out of the Damon Peterson account, right? So then the other account was on already, so the original Facebook account appeared, and it was Stephen Michael. That's how I knew that Damon Peterson and Stephen Michael were the same person.
Yeah, and when we had that talk with Hellbent Holler and Jerry and Ella Williams and Bettina, it came out, and Joe Doyle said he watched that happen in real time. He saw it, so he verified what you said, and he said it, straight up. He said this is what happened, and Joe was the one that made me snap to about Mike, and I started watching him after that, because he said, I think this guy played you. He told you that me and Jesse said all this stuff, and we never talked to this guy, but he had reached out to them. He was trying to set everybody up to fight, because he was trying to get to the top and make his channel be whatever. And this weird narrative that they built, that we're jealous of his channel. It's like, dude, Mike's channel is a dumpster fire, dude. Like, I looked at these people and I'm like, these are like, I wasn't even trying to be mean or ugly, but they just look like a bunch of like you would expect people from them, to look like those people don't look like. Yeah, like some kind of Hills Have Eyes people, dude. And I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm just being honest. And I was like, who the hell are these people? Like trying to be nice, trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. But he had already lied to me. And Joe Doyle was like, look, man, before you go off half cocked, you should, whatever. And this dude, like, he had said a bunch of crap, and he pissed me off, and I was like, man, this guy, he said that, these people had said all this stuff about me. And I thought, well, maybe they did, maybe they're jealous of me. I didn't understand it.
The affiliated with him, I know he's not here no more. They're from Texas, was affiliated with Dirty Ike. The reason I know that is because they're from Texas, is friends with the Sean guy. I seen Sean pop up on the live feed because he's friends with Dirty Ike too. So they were all in cahoots.
Yeah. Well, and that guy showed up at the conference talking while people were upstage, and I had to tell him to be quiet because he was over there blabbing with Barton. And he was telling everybody at the conference that I didn't like him. And when I confronted him about it, I said, I don't like you. I said, if I don't like you, you wouldn't be here. I said, I'll tolerate you. I don't hate you. And he said, okay. And then that was the end of it. And then he goes around talking a bunch of shit like he said something to me. None of these people said anything to my face. None of them. And they're not I promise you, they're not going to. They will not say anything to my face. Now they might try to do something sneaky. They might be some back shooters, but they're not going to do nothing to your face.
They're from Texas. Was there too? But
I didn't see David. Yeah, there were a few people that told me he was there. I didn't see him, dude.
The first break, he got right in front of me and he was smiling, looking at me. He didn't look like the old David from Texas, because the old David from Texas was fat, but he had lost a lot of weight. And he was standing right in front of me. I looked at him. He had a smile on his face, and I went around him because I told him that I don't consider him a friend, and that if I seen him, that I was just not going to talk to him. And I did exactly what I said I was going to do. But then he left. But they're all there in cahoots.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame because I can never have another conference.
You remember when Jean would call us crying and stuff, talking about how come we didn't go to the funeral and all this stuff? I think on my show, how come I did? I said, man, this dude wasn't even my friend.
Yeah, we weren't friends at all. He was mean, evil guy. He was one of the people, along with that punk Cyrus, that got us to fight. You know, and he had me and Marvin going at it. And Marvin told me the truth. He told me that they had been telling him a bunch of crap. They had been saying a bunch of shit.
They targeted Roy Stubblefield, and they're from Texas, targeted Sister Bettina Moss.
Yeah, and they went after Bettina, because she was making headway. She was actually doing something, and yeah. Roy had a thing for her, and yeah, they all went at her, and so
Roy had a thing for the female dogman.
God, people are so weird.
So you say, oh my God.
But they've all been, and they'll fight each other for a little bit, and then they'll be fighting with other people, and it's so weird, dude. Their dynamics is so weird. And I just try to stay away from most of those people. That's all I was doing, because in 2019, they attacked me, when my wife was in the hospital. And I asked that little punk, I said, hey, man, can you please tell these people to knock it off? That was my first taste of just how vicious and nasty and mean the people in this community can be. And man, dude.
I had my first Facebook account that I had for the longest, permanently deleted from Facebook. I lost everything. But I rebuilt. And then I rebuilt, and they targeted it again, so I created Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I attacked it, and I know what I did. I think I attacked it, and I always keep backups, so like a backup profile just in case something happens, and here I am still. They stopped growing, but I'm here on the stream doing lives on the Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. So, okay, let's see. Yeah, I put a thing that said, let's talk about it,
Mm-hmm.
And Cody Rhodes says, let's talk about it. I said, why not? But
well, according to cosplaying fraudulent grifter LBL swordsman, you're doing my bidding, which is ridiculous. I guess because he's not paying attention. He's got this thing that I call selective memory. He chooses what to remember and what to believe, and he chooses to follow Mike. Now he can sit there and say and make a joke out of it that he's not his leader or whatever. The hell he's not, because he's led you around by the nose, and he's used his high priest Larry to convince Barton, and Larry systematically targeted a lot of different people that were good friends of mine in PRT, and he turned them against me. And I'm going to tell you something, folks. Now, let's talk about him for a minute. Make no mistake, I know the truth, Roofer, and you do too. The first time we ever butted heads, the very first time we ever had a problem that I remember, is because I said something about the Aggies. Now, those who are listening who aren't from Texas, you don't understand. You'll never understand the level of insanity that these people who root for that team or root for that school, most of them don't even go to that school, but the ones that did go to that school, it is a freaking cult. And I'm not even joking, man. I'm being honest. People that root for A&M, I got a lot of cousins and friends that do, and they're not all deranged, but they really do take it very, very seriously. But Mr. Fisher takes it to another level serious. Like, he was throwing a temper tantrum in our chat, and he was sitting there and he was flipping out because I had supposedly offended him, over A&M. Now, I say supposedly, allegedly, whatever, because I didn't do anything that he should have flipped out about. I just told him that I didn't believe his story about him being attacked by UT students because his dad was in World War II. Who the hell got attacked because their dad was in World War II? Nobody. That's never happened on record that we know of. This guy makes up crap off the fly. He's the one that made up this bullshit about Leviathan that we make fun of it, the Leviathan or whatever.
He's the only one that don't talk about the Leviathan.
Well, what's funny is if I was this worshiper of this aquatic demon or whatever the hell it is, why would I make fun of it? Because if you got to know, if you're worshiping one of these demons, these devils or whatever, you cannot mock that because that is your God. So if you mock it, that thing is and that is a huge spiritual opening. You're susceptible to whatever penalty or punishment that satanic being wants to throw at you. So I don't give a flipping F about that freaking thing. I call it Leviathan and make fun of it because that's not my God. My God is the Father of Christ. And now Larry has latched onto this whole, he's being controlled by Satan himself now, and all this crap. And I got to do what my master Satan says and all that. Dude, this guy is criminally insane, in my honest opinion. I think if you gave him a psych evaluation, he would flunk it 100 times if he was being honest. I think he's managed to weasel his way into normalcy in society. But if you ever had a conversation with this guy, you would know he is not normal. And, we quit working with him before he started these attacks. He was already done because he was so weird and unhinged and nobody wanted to work with the guy. And all he ever did was sleep. And then he lies about how he worked all these hours and all this stuff. And then they use these texts to try to prove that he worked all that bullshit. All I did was say, hey, are you available? Needing somebody to work. Yes or no? It's very simple. Nobody told him to climb down off of a roof and go hell, which I don't believe he was doing anyway. Because every time I talked to him, he was at Whataburger eating. That's why he's so fat. I mean, he has got this humongous gut. I haven't seen him in a while, but the last time I saw him, he had this belly that was hanging out over, and he's got these little toothpick legs and arms, and he's a gun nut. Like all he talks about beyond gossiping about people is how he'll shoot a person. I mean, like literally, if you look at his ramblings and his rantings, that's why, the thing that happened with Hellbent Holler went off the way it did, because he started talking about being a gun owner and he's just, and if you've ever had a conversation with him, you'll walk away, in my opinion, thinking, what the F did I just listen to? Because if you listen to that guy's mind, you're going to think, dude, how is this person running around free? I'm not even joking, man. And he has an ego like as big as Dallas. So you watch, I promise you this weekend or maybe Monday, Tuesday, by Tuesday, I give it to Tuesday. He's going to say some crap. Something crazy is going to come out of him about me because I'm telling the truth about him. And he cares a lot about what people say about him. He's always worried about his image. One of the conversations I had with Barton before he completely turned into an ass, and Barton, this is true. You told me that Larry said that I had ruined his reputation in the community, and because of that, he was going to destroy me. And Barton said, I tried reasoning with him, but he's just an unreasonable man. He said that when I tried to give peace to them, he had a talk with the guy from Germany, with Cluffy, and with Larry. And they, in turn, gave him a list of demands, telling me that I had to publicly apologize and prostrate myself. This is Martin's exact words. and that I needed to like do all this crap, basically kiss their boots, you know. And Barton told me, he's like it's crazy and unreasonable. I don't know how anybody would accept those demands. And I said, well, I'm not, Barton. I'm not going to do that. If Barton was being honest, but we know now he's not an honest man, so he's not going to tell the truth about that. But that is exactly what was said. Now, the thing about that was I had two people sitting right there listening to this whole nonsense, and it's my brother and Anthony were both right there. And my brother's like, to hell with that. You're not going to kiss their ass and go over there and lie because they want you to tell, F them, dude. This is bullshit. And so, that was it. I told Barton, I said, no, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to publicly apologize like that. I said, I've already apologized for everything I've done, and it wasn't enough for them to go do this crap. Now, if we're being honest, which I know Mr. Fisher is not an honest person, in my opinion, it all started because of the Aggies. And so when I asked him a question, I asked him one day, I said, what is your problem? He told me on the phone, he said, you offended, my alma mater. I take that very seriously. And, and I don't ever let any man talk bad about my school. And I said, so that's you're going to just hang on to that? I said, you need to let it go or we can't be friends. It wasn't even a month later, he was starting the shit about the Anunnaki or whatever. It wasn't about that. It wasn't about religion. He was looking for a reason to come at me because I had told him to shut up because he wouldn't stop about the damn Aggie thing. So, folks, you tell me, a person who is that offended by you talking about their college that they went to, he didn't play football there. He tells people that he did, but he didn't. He lied. He told many people a bunch of lies about playing football there. And one of the people he told was Matt Imsh from 412. I don't want to drag Matt into this. He got out of it. He didn't want to be in it. He was just wanted to focus on his channel and get the hell away from these people. He had all the screenshots. He sent us the texts. We have the texts from Matt. But Larry told him that not only did he play for the Aggies, he was a fighter pilot and he played for the Dallas Cowboys. That's a whole lot of stuff to do in one lifetime. Now, we looked up, me and Matt, we looked up a guy from the Dallas Cowboys, but he died 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now, I think, 2022. This man played for the Dallas Cowboys. His name was Larry Fisher, but it was very brief. I think he was just a practice squad player, but he died like 2 or 3 years ago. So Larry, I don't know what the hell to believe at this point. I'm sitting there going like, I don't even know if that's his real name. I don't know. Like his wife, somebody had released his wife's criminal record. It wasn't me. It was not me. And so I don't know who it was. And he said, oh, that was Photoshop, whatever. No, I looked into it. That was legit. That was seriously legit. And I did not do that. And everything that happens and did happen, they blame it on me when I wasn't doing any of this shit. And there's people out there. That's why I say there's people out there that I know that don't like these people. They don't like them at all. And I've gotten weird messages from people. I don't know who the hell they are. And I don't trust them. For all I know, it could be them. But they sound just as crazy and unhinged as they are. And what, do you want my help? I'm like, no, I don't want your help because I don't want somebody going out there and getting hurt. Now, we've tried talking to law enforcement and, they're like, well, you can press charges from the, it's real hard to do from the internet and blah, 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 and so it's just one of them things. It's a gray area. So you got to sue them, but people don't understand what that entails. You have to go after them from the county that they're in. And so that's going to be the tricky part, to get these people, whatever. But it's obviously something that we're going to have to do. It's going to have to happen. We're going to have to go in on these people because they are scary, crazy, in my opinion. And, they want something bad to happen to us. And I'm telling you, something is probably going to happen at some point, and I'm just hoping and praying that nobody is crazy enough to try to cross that line. Jessica, the really heavyset girl that's been doing the videos every day, she, in my opinion, is really evil because she knows. I think she knows everything about Ike, and she's still going along with it. And I think she's been responsible for. I know the John Smith account. I think, but she's been responsible for a lot of these fake accounts. I think she's been doing it, and she knows it. I used to think that she was getting trolled by Ike.
She's had relations with him.
I don't know about that. I have no idea about that. I would not say yes or no because I don't know. I think she would do it probably, but she's not able to. That's my opinion about it. I'm telling the truth, what I believe. But I think she made some comment about there's no line I wouldn't cross. Let me tell you something, Jessica. That is an absolute lie, Mrs. Christensen, because there is many lines that I will not cross that you and your friends have crossed, especially Ike. He himself is the father of all this misery. He started this whole mess, and you were right there with him, lockstep, every step of the way, creating a lie to deflect from what he did. Now, what he did and what he's accused of, I'm not going to sit up here and talk about it. That had nothing to do with me. He keeps on trying to bring me into it, and he created this false narrative. I've said this before, I'll say it again, a false narrative that there is some kind of conspiracy to take his kid away. So he created this group and all this shit with Jessica, and now all these videos they're making, and they think they're really doing something. I don't give a flipping crap who watches those videos, because if anybody has anything to ask me I will tell them the absolute truth. I could watch those videos and break down step by step every lie that obese little warmonger with the beady eyes and the glasses is telling. That gorilla ass beard of his, he is lying through his freaking teeth. Not all of it. He's mixing lies with truths is what he's doing. Because that's what he's doing. It's like mixing horse manure with marijuana and smoking it. That's how stupid he is. And he thinks that he's making more dope. No, you're not, dude. You're just smoking goat shit. That's what you are. And that's what he's doing. And so he thinks that he's really doing something with Jessipotamus up there, the hungry hippo. Funny that Barton calls me that. I'm not obese, dude. I am not. So they keep talking about me being this fat boy or whatever, probably because I got a big old head. But they showed some picture of me from the conference. I'm standing there, and you can look at that picture. I am not obese in that picture. Like, they keep calling me that. But, dude, they don't understand.
Dude, man. You're tall. You're a big guy.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I bench press a truck. I could throw it at these people, but I'm not going to because I'm not a bad guy. They want me to be a bad guy. They want you to be a bad guy. But I'm not going to give them that. I'm going to stand on what I say. I'm going to stand on the truth. And if we have to go to court, I will say all of this stuff in court, exactly word for word, what they have done. It has not changed. What they have said and done has not changed. They didn't get what they wanted, so they started a war. Larry went around and said a bunch of lies to these people. I have no doubt in my mind that he has been responsible for destroying the friendships that I had with multiple people. Why? Because he got butthurt because I said something about the Aggies. And that's the truth. You know, when you go back and you look at the timeline, that was the first problem. And he never really let it go because he's got a sociopathic mind, in my opinion. And Clough, to his credit, he did warn me about Crazy Larry because he used to call him Crazy Larry. That was the name he called him. He told me and Nelly and everybody else, be careful for Crazy Larry. Well, you know, we were all like, oh, well, it's just Larry, you know, oh, shucks, Larry. But the other person who said something about Larry was my brother. So my brother and Clough were in agreement about how dangerous and crazy Larry was. But Clough talked about it incessantly. He really did. And so to see him over there now, hanging out with this guy that he claimed is a dangerous sociopath and a possible serial killer, his words, not mine, him saying that, now he's over there hanging out with them. And then he said, in his opinion, that Mike had done some very terrible, terrible things. Totally on board with just ripping Mike up, you know, because Mike had done all these bad things and was totally, you know, like defending the people that Mike had hurt. And kept telling me that I needed to keep going and stand against these people because they were horrible people. And I said, I don't have time for this shit. Well, I do. That's what he said. I said, then you go do you. Go make videos or do whatever the shit you got to do. I don't have time to keep fighting these people. Bunch of villains, dude. I'm not Spider-Man. I can't fight the Filthy Five, the Sinister Six, you know, the Evil Eight or whatever, I mean, however many people they bring in. I said, and it was mainly me taking a beating. I didn't see him doing anything, but other than making these assassination videos and like buddying up to these women because he enjoyed that. And I believe that and then his infatuation, and I'm going to say something, I'm going to say it, this is the absolute truth, what I believe, his infatuation with not only Maddie, but me. And I don't even like saying that, but I really think that he had some sort of
Did he have
weird,
a tattoo of a guy?
yeah. Yeah. I mean, dude, it just, he had a weird obsession, dude. And I knew that Laura, his girlfriend, was not going to let him move up here if Maddie was here. So he had to find a way for Maddie not to be here. But I think his plan once he got up here was then to try to make amends and then have Maddie come down here. I think that was the plan. That's what I think. I don't know how his mind works. I'm not real sure, but I do believe Maddie when she told me what was said, and she was distraught because she admitted to me and to Nelly and to Anthony, all of us, the things that she said about us. She said, look, I was upset. I was distraught. I said some really mean things. I shouldn't have said them. She goes, I was just angry. And she can be a handful when she's pissed off. And I understand.
I'm more than sure that it was Club that got her to feel that way.
Yeah.
The way he instigates. And
and it wasn't just him. It was Barton and Larry and the other guy. Yeah.
The German guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're instigators, dude.
I friended all of them at the same day. They don't want to.
And I still don't understand why Larry had to insert himself the way he did, and the same thing with Dana. Where does she fit in? Like she comes out of left field and just most maniacal shit you can think of.
She was affiliated with Stephen Michael already.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, I got proof of that.
Yeah.
That she was affiliated with him already. All these people were in cahoots, and it was a lot more than just the ones that were saying.
Well, you know what was funny was Ike was going around telling everybody that there were all these people building a conspiracy against me. He kept telling everybody that and telling me that. But I think he was actually the father of that conspiracy. And what he wanted was to, I think maybe trap everybody, get everybody against us, and then try to step back and go, oh, no, I was trying to warn you about these people. And then everybody fights everybody, and then he comes out the victor because everybody's destroyed each other. So that's the only thing I could think of was his twisted plan. That's what Kirk Reed kind of threw at me, and at one point, dude, there was so much going on, and I have to work. I have things I got to do. I'm trying to do the show. This is just a big distraction and a big screw around, and I can't deal with all this crap. And so you can only take so much of this shit, and I just you give to the point where you're like, I don't, it was every day with these people, and it's still every day with these people. But during the first, that fighting with those people, it was like Bettina said, they were just taking turns fighting me, and I was having to fight a different one, and then they would take a break, and then another one would fight me. And Nelly, she's not one to just sit back and watch people tear me apart. She got in there and started defending me, and she made PRT News to defend me and to defend the PRT community and fight for what we built, because I was getting exhausted fighting all these people. And these reprobates, they just kept coming and kept coming. And they, you see, obviously they ran Bettina off, and what they were hoping was that you and me would take the same route and just leave the field and let them have it. I didn't do that, and I'm never gonna do that. If anything, I'm gonna fight tooth and nail to stick around just to spite these people, because there's a lot of reasons to leave, but they give me a lot of reasons to stick around. And every day they curse me. You see Dana, she literally says prayer curses. I mean, she's asking Christ and God, her God, whatever, to kill me, to curse me, to destroy me. Yeah, she's telling them to please destroy me and, to just basically wring my neck and all this crap. And I forgive her. She's crazy. She's not, in my opinion, she's a crazy old lady, dude. And I don't care. I mean, nobody's attacking her, Dion, Shell, Cock, whatever, Cock, whatever her name is, Cock, I don't know how to say it. But she claims that she ran in the defense of Dana and Barton. Nobody is attacking these people. We prayed for Barton, and what does he do? The day he comes back, he's able to. starts spewing fire and attacking us. Well, I would imagine he had Larry probably all in his ear, to try to bugging him to come back and attack. And I'm not giving him an excuse. He has no right to do what he's doing.
We'll talk to him because sometimes I will hear him talking to us, whispering something to him. Get it? There's a word, whisper, talking to his ear, and he'll be saying what he's telling him to say.
Yeah. And I think that he probably has him in his ear. He probably has Clough in his ear, and he's probably got Mike in his ear. Because if you notice, every time Barton makes a statement about us, Mike is right up his ass, just runs over there and, yeah, and he attacked my family. Yeah. Nobody attacked your family, Ike. Just shut up and go home because you know that didn't happen. You have to run over there to Kentucky and run up his ass. But only on the internet because everybody knows Ike doesn't have a driver's license. He can't legally be driving a vehicle, operating a motor vehicle, and he doesn't leave his county. He stays around his home because he's afraid. And it ain't because he's afraid of me and you. He's afraid. He's got a lot of enemies because you can only imagine how many people this man has probably screwed over. In my opinion, he's probably screwed over a lot of people. And that right there, I can't prove that. That's what I think. Because if you see how he operates and the things that he does, there's no doubt in my mind somebody like him is going to have a lot of enemies. Like me, I'm down here in Texas and Austin. I don't have a lot of enemies. I can walk the street and go anywhere, and I don't got to worry about somebody doing something to me because I don't have a bunch of people after me because I don't screw people over and screw people around. There was a post that was made by his own daughter, Kaylee, where she literally says that the neighbors were pissed off at them because Mike borrowed their equipment. I think it was a lawnmower or something and broke it and didn't even give it back to him. That's the kind of man he is. Can you imagine that guy is your neighbor? He borrows your stuff, breaks it, whatever. Then he wants to talk about him on some post. He's building a fence. He wants to see me come build a fence. Mike, I don't believe your big fat turtle Komodo dragon looking freaking Humpty Hump looking freaking, Hunchback of Notre Dame. How the hell are you building a fence? You are so fat and so unhealthy. Dude, you look horrible. In my opinion, that's all my opinion, but it is, I'm entitled to it. And I think, in my opinion, you look horrible. Now, people like Shell and Dana may be infatuated with you. They may think that skin tags look delicious. I don't know. I personally do not. I'm not a fan of him. I think he's gross. I think he's hideous. He looks like a Quasimodo. So when you look at this dude and you see that hump on his back, which is probably just like a big sebaceous cyst or blubber, or I don't know what it is. And he's got this huge belly. I mean, he is so fat. He's obese. How the hell is he building a fence? And then when he walks, he breathes so hard, you can hear it. So then he goes to our videos and tries to hear us breathing so he can try to be like, oh, listen to them breathe or whatever, because he tries to preemptively strike whatever it is that he's doing. He tries to make you do it. They're in a conspiracy trying to pin felonies on us. You're doing a conspiracy. He can't walk and breathe without breathing hard. You're breathing hard. He's a fraud, a grifter. You're a fraud, a grifter.
Do you think maybe it's he's loose as a goose and air is coming out of his arse when he's walking? And it sounds
I don't know, man. I'm not gonna comment on that, man. All I know is this guy's got some major health issues, dude. Ike, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice. As much as I don't like you as a person, you are not in good health. And I'm not gonna say my friend because you're not my friend, but just because we're not friends don't mean that I want to see you go somewhere bad. All right. So I'm going to tell you this, Ike, you know, as well as I do, I had nothing to do with your son being taken away from you. That is something that you did. That's something between you and God. You have to answer for all that you have done. And I don't know what all you have done, but I do know this. You fake a lot of things. You are a fraud when it comes to this community. You are a grifter when it comes to this community. And I bet you anything, Abe, he never used that word grifter until I used it because this guy has a very limited vocabulary.
And he says, my skin tags are not fake. Okay, we believe you. Say my skin tags are not fake. Oh man, yeah,
So that's I think that he's got some major health issues, and people who have a lot of skin tags, they have problems with blood sugar.
yeah.
So, I mean, that's the thing. Barton had a blood sugar issue too. I'm going to give y'all all some advice. Intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting. It really does work. It'll help you shed those pounds. It'll help you bring your blood sugar under control. It'll stop the enlarging of your heart, which I'm sure these men all probably have. And it will do wonders for you. So everybody in the audience, or if you're listening, if you put I've been doing it for like the last week. It's been really good. It's really working, and it actually stops you from being hungry. You have an 8-hour window where you can eat, and you can pretty much eat whatever within reason. As long if you're eating massive amounts of food, then you're not going to lose weight no matter what. But
You need to stay away from the corns.
For sure, most of it's GMO'd anyway.
Yeah.
But if you don't eat, if you eat for 8 hours, you have an 8-hour window where you can eat. I eat at the beginning of that window, then a small snack at the end of that window. 4:01 now, I'm already past my window. I can't eat anything now. So I don't eat again until 8 p.m. tomorrow night. But it'll be longer than that because I got the show tomorrow night. But you go 16 hours without eating. So to start this fast, I actually went 18 hours because I was going to do 24 hours, and then Nelly was like, "No, you probably should eat something." So I did. And then the next day I did what, 16 hours? And then the next day, to get my schedule corrected so that I could be on the night schedule and I could lift weights and then eat afterwards, I moved it. So I had to do 28 hours without eating. So from Wednesday to Thursday, I did 28 hours without eating anything. Now, a lot of people can't do that. I did it. It was just, you got to have willpower. And then yesterday was a 16-hour fast. And then today will be a 16-hour fast. And it's working out because, you only eat for 8 hours. You should look into it, Abe. It's a good thing. And it'll help, people with their blood sugar, digestive problems.
I need to get me like the portions, little portions instead of. I've been doing a lot of going out eating, which I shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, I'll get to you eventually.
I'm on the meds and everything. It's just I don't know, man. With the way inflation is right now, so sometimes it's cheaper to get the deals out there from the fast foods, but it is to cook home because prices have gone up at the stores.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I need to start implementing some cardio, going walking and stuff. But yeah, the important is diet. They told me I could eat meats, but because I'm in a lot of meds, I have to stay away from vitamin K. I have to stay away from sugars. It's like, well, she can go. What do you want me to freaking eat? Breads, growing tortillas, and it's like there's really nothing there. So that's like,
it is expensive. I mean, and if you find a couple places, that have relatively healthy food, I mean, and like I found this place that makes cauliflower crust pizza. It's got a lot of fiber in it. So just remember, if you eat that, you're gonna have to go to the bathroom not too long.
I wondered if Barton Unley would like a spiritual encrypted connoisseur. or Cutting the Cob, you like the spiritual encrypted encounter show? If you do, send me a message through Messenger. I'll gift you one. They'll probably burn it.
I'm pretty sure they will.
Well, the thing about it, if you want it, you got to purchase it. Then you can do whatever you want to do to it. Yeah, I just decided to do something a little bit different, but yeah, I've been on for almost going for three hours. I had to vent a little bit, just to stay focused. Sometimes you have to let things out in order to refocus on what you're trying to do. And I'd rather have a mind clear and do the things that I want to do, like for the show, to go do a little bit more investigating and debunking the videos like I normally do. But then when I see this fools saying all this stuff, it's like, man, here we go again. This guy's, it's like somebody fires him up and the rattle start rattling because somebody's messing with him with a stick, and then they come and want to insult and threaten and all this kind of things. You had that woman. I think I seen a picture of her one time where she was holding a big sword, but she's real skinny as hell. That if Dirty Ike farted, he probably dropped her with a fart. Yeah, and it's like, what the hell, man? There were in my group that how should I say? I don't think that they were my friends in the first place. I think they were just infiltrating and what giving Dirty Ike information. I think one of them was mad because I asked me if you uh I said engine or something like that. Like, what are you talking? Like an engine of a car? I said no, engine like I said, I don't know. Then she started looking. Then she's like, I'm gonna unfriend you because he's from my neck of the woods. Blah blah. I said, well, do whatever the fuck you want to do. I really don't care. I said, but I got the proof here that he started it, so I unfriended her. I unfriended her and blocked her. I can't remember her freaking name, but yeah.
Well, that's been Mike's lie for a long time. I made a video early on in this 2-year thing, and it was a skit, and it was mocking him for being racist. And what it was is Ike has been very hard and very critical on other Native Americans, real Native Americans, of which he is not. My opinion, but I'm going to say this. I think he's a $5 Indian. I think what happened was one of his carpetbagging ancestors bought into the Dawes rolls, which you could do for $5 at that time. And so now he goes around with that card, because that card tells you you're 164th or something like that. That's what it is. So he has this 33 over 562 or some ridiculous 512. I think it's 33 over 512. That's what they give people whenever they are on that Dawes roll. That's why I think that's what he is. I don't think he has a drop of native blood at all. I don't. And I think that he uses that card to get out of jail free. In other words, he uses it to talk trash and say things. So he was trashing Jerry Williams, who's a full-blooded Choctaw, who really is truly full-blooded Native. And he's over here attacking him and saying all kinds of things, just as he used the little Bray Bray account to attack Bettina and be racist. That's what he does. So, and I'm not some, what do you call that? These people that I forgot what they're called. No, God, what is it called when somebody virtue signaling? There it is. That's the word. I'm not virtue signaling, trying to be like Mr. Whatever.
Brother Wolf is like, I'm Native. I got a dream catcher.
He hangs it up in his car.
Like,
yeah, I'm not virtue signaling and trying to defend people of color or, whatever, just being honest.
I'm Native.
And now they're going to clip that and say that you said that look, he's making fun of natives because that's all Ike does is just do all that.
I'm more native than he is.
No, I promise you are. So am I.
My grandmother, my nickname was Aguila when I was a kid, which means eagle. So I'm more native than he is.
Most Hispanic people have a lot of native blood, and that's the truth. If it's not from this side of the border, then they think that it's not actually native, but it is. And then the word in Mexico would be indios. I mean, there's a lot of them. Yeah. I mean, there's more indios than there is Spaniard, Spanish, whatever. But what's funny is that he goes around saying that he's this native, whatever. He doesn't look it. I mean, he's got the pig nose, and his sister does too. I'm not even trying to be ugly or mean, but they really do. They look Terrible.
Shrek nose. The Shrek nose.
Yeah, they look awful, dude. They look like ogres, man. And I'm not even, like I said, I'm not even being jokey. I'm being serious. And they're very, very mean, nasty, hateful people. And she participates in his fraud and in his grifting. She goes and hides in the woods, and
they're like, "Let's go mess with paranormal table. Let's go mess with spiritually." Everybody's got the silver bullet, silver fat bullet. messing. Everybody's got the little tablets and cell phones messing with them. But his daughter, his own daughter, can't even stand him. The way she looks at him when he was making the pig sound, oink oink.
Oh yeah, that's so weird and gross.
Demeanor, her frame, like, what is that secret code to? Their dirty Ike. Take the psycho evaluation test so we can find out what oink oink means. Does it mean like the movie Spoiled Like a Pig?
I don't. You know, these people, dude. I don't know what planet they fell out of or what hole they crawled out of. But I can tell you this: evil always wins for a little while, and then it's dissolved. And at some point, in this world or the next, they're all going to pay very dearly for all of the lying and all of the sabotage and all the horrible things that they've done and said to people in this community, grifting and frauding. And they also grift and fraud of their own audience, the audience that supports them, that doesn't realize that they're liars. But if you're stupid enough to watch him and not see that he was out there on that video lying and faking and frauding, then you get what you get. I mean, when you're sitting there whispering, Christian, you know, yeah, right. What demon is going to whisper that to him? That demon is going to look at him and go, brother. It's not going to say anything about Christian. I mean, you know, I can tell you that right now.
The demon's going to say, we want corn. We want corn. Feed us corn, Michael. There's only one way we feed. It's only and one way in. We want corn.
Yeah, and he's got some weird obsession with corn and weird obsession with what's the other thing? Roaches. I mean, there's pets. Obviously, they're all over the place.
Jesse Hippo. How many corn on the cobs can you fit in you? I mean, you're a big woman. Is it a bushel?
Then I bet you she could probably eat 30 or 40 of them.
Probably.
In my opinion. I mean, you know.
She's a huge woman.
Yeah, and then Club's over there talking about Nellie's a big girl. Right? He said Nellie's a big girl. Nellie is not a big girl. Nellie's not big at all. He is so out of his freaking mind. Like the things he says. The Clough is just gross, dude. You know, and someone told me that they were trying to work out or they were talking about working out. Those guys couldn't work out. They would fall over dead if they tried to work out. Build a fence, my ass. Build a shed or whatever it is that Mike's doing. I'd like to see this. Take videos of this. Mike, do us a favor, Ike, and make us all laugh. Show us you building this shed. I want to see this shed. If you, Ike, could show us a video of you building that shed or a fence or whatever it was, I'll donate to your show. I will literally show up at your show and I'll donate $20.
Okay, I'll donate $20 too.
Yeah,
I'll donate $20.
Yeah, there we go. Because I can't bring myself to give them more than that, but I just can't. They're too gross. No telling what they'll do with it.
Well, I mean, you probably make a video of somebody else's fence.
Probably.
Just to get the 20. All right, boys, we got the 20 for later on at 3 a.m. so we can party.
Fluffy will show up over there in his rig. Did someone say crack? He's like, oh, it's meth. I guess I'll settle for that. I mean, whatever.
You come out of the truck dressed like a lot lizard.
Right, Club, I'm going to address you right now. I don't care what you say. You were a weird ass dude. I'd be on the phone in there in my study, and he'd show up and come in there and just sit there looking at me with them weird blinky little frog eyes of his, dude, like his little beady eyes, his little frog head of his. If his eyes would have been bugged out more like Mike's are, he would have looked more like a frog, like El Sapo Feo. That's what I would have called him. But no, as it stands, he had the gorilla chin, the gorilla butt chin. And he'd just come and sit there looking at me, and I'm like, dude, what
Was
is
it
this?
the movie where they had the
Weird.
silverback gorillas that were in the cave, the
Yeah.
volcano? I can't remember the name of Amy, the little gorilla.
Congo.
Congo, yeah, he was in the scene of Congo. So can I have your autograph?
Fluffy,
Definitely.
bad monkey. Yeah. But everything that they do and say, and when you can sit there and do 24 hours of material obsessing on a person, you got some serious problems, man. I mean, I can't imagine hating someone that bad. But I guess if they destroy your plans and they ruin what you thought was going to be your future, grifting off of people, I guess, whatever. But they found each other. They're kindred spirits. They're all spiders hanging out together, spinning webs of deceit.
If I ever said anything about anybody, it's because I was defending myself. I think Club had made a video one day that he said he was gonna stop by the truck stop and kick my ass or something like that. I was like, what the hell? After I unfriended him, he was mad. I mean, shit, who wants to hear a guy crying at late at night? Or somebody that is free and doesn't belong to him. So yeah, he said he had made a video saying he was going to kick my ass, and I responded to him. Out of defense of myself as a man, I said, "All right, well, meet me at the truck stop. There's a truck stop down 35. We'll handle business, but I'm going to let you know. So I'm going to teach you a lesson of a lifetime." He never responded to me, but he was muy chingon, right? Talking that he was going to mess me up and all this stuff. That's the only reason. That's the only time I'll address somebody if they're coming at me in a negative way. So I'm not going to try to start anything with anybody. The only thing I'll do is I'll defend myself, plain and simple. Of course, it's easier to target me since I'm part of the military. I have been in combat. I was in Operation Desert Storm, so they target all those things, try to make me like a bad person. Saying that I said I was going to kill certain individuals and all this stuff is bullshit. Especially that old lady, saying that I said I was going to kill her. Maybe she got offended about the Lucas that would hit when I was a teenager or a youngster, like 11, and they would be on the trees and I would hit them. Maybe because she's a witch. Maybe that's what she got offended and so hey, I almost said that Abe said he was going to kill me. Then they said something about the cousin said something too that is doing something to somebody, but it was the fake pros. We're talking to people, all right, but it was the fake profiles that we're using. That's not what they're saying. They're not saying the whole truth. I'm not gonna say something to somebody. It was fake profiles that Jesse was addressing. They were trolling accounts. Yeah, and she gave herself away that it was her. We're the trolling accounts coming into spiritual encrypted encounters, causing interruption. So, yeah, you gave your dumb ass away, wicked lady. I think Sister Rain has screenshots of that when that happened. Yeah.
Hold on one second, Abe.
Yeah. No, I think Fat Titty Clough was still pissed off because he lost everybody's friendship, so he was mad at himself.
All right, so Abe, I'm going to jump out and come back in because there's some kind of feedback here.
Alrighty, brother. Let me refresh the link. That's what I'm going to do. Refresh the link. Let me refresh it. Oh, there's Wolf. There you go.
If it sounds any better, I don't know.
Yeah, anytime I says anything to these people is because they started it with me. So I'm the type of person who's okay. Well, let's finish it, right? Either we talk about it or however you want to handle it. I've always been that way, since I was a kid. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Are you going to be a carpet and let people step all around you? That's what they want to do. They want nobody to defend themselves. They want people to think that they're badasses, which they're not. They want people to live in fear. Okay, let me refresh the link. Let me refresh the link real quick. I'm refreshing it, and I'll drop the new link. Okay, here we go. Let me ooh. Let me drop the fresh link here. There we go. There's a fresh link. It could be my connection also because we've been having problems just about all week where it's going in and out. Okay, here we go. There you go, brother.
There he is. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah, and this, me. I'm an older guy. I don't need to be getting involved with any kind of quarrels or nothing like that. I'm a happy married man. I have my family and stuff. And but at the same time, I'm still old school. We're old school. If somebody's coming in a negative way, we're gonna defend ourselves. I was never taught to give up, like surrender. If somebody's coming at us in a negative way, you respond to what they're saying. And if they're dishing out something, you dish it right back to them. Uh, if they don't like it, well, then they need to stop doing what they're doing. Stop targeting people. That's what I did here tonight. Give them a little taste of their own medicine. But the difference between mine's is truth, because I have receipts. Theirs is lies after lies after lies after lies,
Yeah, you just got a troll in there now.
taking things out of context. That's
Mikey,
what they do.
he's up late. Mikey's up here trolling.
The Terror Destroyer, that him?
Yeah, it's some bullshit.
I got him. I'll get him out of this. Bye bye. I kicked him up a stream.
They go through the trouble of making an account, which is nothing for Mike because Mike has a million of them. But they go through all this trouble. Folks, I'm going to tell you something. Ike's over here saber rattling about how he's got a lawyer. I wish you would, boy. I wish you would. Okay? And keep telling people I called you an Indian. And like I said before, I never called you that because you aren't one. You're not an Indian. That would be a derogatory thing to say about somebody who's native. You're not native. You're just a fat white boy. And I'm going to tell you something, kid. You will never, if you have any brain cells left in that little potato head of yours, it's full of skin tags, you won't even try to sue us. And I'll tell you why. Because everything you've done and said will be deposed in court, and it will come back to bite you in the ass. And you know that, Mike. I'm addressing you, Stephen Michael McKee. I'm addressing you directly here publicly. I'm telling you, you know damn well if you try to take us to court in any shape or form, any lawyer worth his salt is going to destroy that. And then all of those fake accounts are going to be exposed. Chicken's Cleghorn, or Chicken Cleghorns, or whatever it's called, that account was exposed to be fake. We all know that. That that was Dirty Ike. Ike, let me tell you something, boy. Quit talking about you got a lawyer. You better tell that lawyer what you've done, because if you don't, all of that stuff is going to come out in court. And even if you do tell him, because if you do, he's probably not going to take the case because he's going to lose. And you're going to be paying a bunch of money, unless you can get somebody to give you a charity case or whatever, because you pretend to be a native. But I'm going to tell you something. That's what I wish more than anything else, is that he would push the hand. Because if he would do that, if you would just stop being a pussy, Ike, and just sue us so we could come back at you and expose all of these fake accounts, because all of those fake accounts are going to come out. All of it. I promise you, 100%.
All the truth, everything you've been hiding is going to come out.
Mm-hmm. He can't do that. He can't do that. And these idiots that follow him, like, the cosplaying swordsman over there and the lying former pictures lawman, that crazy deranged ass son of a bitch, and then this fat cross-dresser sissy, whatever he is, the fat boy, they project everything. He's obese, folks, so he calls people fat. Larry's evil satanic ass, he calls everybody evil and satanic. Everything that they project it onto other people. Ike is a fraud and a grifter. He calls other people frauds and grifters. Barton is a woman abuser. He calls somebody else a woman abuser. That's very simple communism 101. Now, I'm not saying that these people are card-carrying communists, but that is the communist playbook, and that's what they do. That's what people like this do. And now this is a lesson for the whole community, for anybody listening. You will, at some point in time in your life, face crazy people like this. Not to this degree and not to this severity. I hope and pray for that you don't have to face it. But these are stalkers. They participate in stalking behavior. You can go back on any computer in my house, any phone, and you will not find that I have gone and looked at that dude's show, stalked him every day, and given a shit. All I ever get is people sending me stuff with clips of him saying this or that, and I don't even give a shit. Like he made that thing about our dog baby that passed away. I know he did. It was him or Jessica or one of them evil people. Then after he makes that, it might have been Chris Geyer too. He's another little weirdo, that gay wizard from Harry Potter, Britain guy, whatever. That dude, it might have been him because he's pretty damn wicked too. He's evil. So one of them little fuckers made that thing, and Mike knows who it was. He knows. Promise you he does. And then he makes a video. Yeah, Josh Turner's accused me with his bottom lip. He talks about my underbite. This guy's got an underbite with a big old weird looking jacked up donkey teeth. Josh Turner's saying that I made this video. I didn't make that video. He did that. Blah, 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 whatever, dude. Oyster mouth. Look, dude. Okay. I'm as baffled as you are when you first saw a toothbrush. I'm going to tell you this, Ike. Wow. I had no idea who it could have been. And then I just stopped and I solved it with thinking. And I said, oh, who hates me? Oh, it's probably Ike. Yeah. Whoopee-doo. Like in your group that you, John Smith, created, okay, with your whatever she is, that plus size, woman that looks like Ursula, you got with her, y'all got together and bullshit this whole thing. Now remember, Ike, Ursula had a thing for me before she had a thing for you. And that's not saying much, but the same thing with Cluffy. Before he was infatuated with you and y'all blowing each other kisses. Yes, check it out, folks. It's in PRT News. They were blowing kisses to each other. What does that tell you? Right? These are grown men, right? Grown men doing this. Cluffy had a thing for me too. He could say he did. He goes, he's going to go, oh, dude, what the fuck? That never happened, dude. I didn't have a thing for him. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Because I could tell you were a weird ass little dude, and anybody that lived in that house and anybody that was around there, I told them all that I thought you did, and they agreed with me. And there was about 8 people around that whole situation that watched you and thought you were weird as hell. Okay? Mercifully, you were allowed to stay, even though you were a weird ass creeper. You know what he did, Abe? I'm going to tell you what he did. When we were gone, and this was the last straw for me, I got so freaking mad. I'm talking through my teeth. This fat bastard, let's just call him Fat Bastard, because that's what he is. He used our fucking bathtub, dude.
What the
He
hell?
got in our fucking bathtub, and get this, he told Tony that his ass hurt. I'm not joking. I am not. Nellie's over here laughing. It's not even funny. Nellie thought it was funny. I was pissed the fuck. I said, this guy, he used our fucking bathtub while we were gone. Who does that shit, man? Good grief, dude. And not only that, and I'm not exaggerating, He claims it was Epsom salt, but it was a gray ring in the tub after he used it. A gray ring. I'm not even joking, man. I'm not even trying to be funny. Pisses me the. Well, I mean, who the fuck does that? You nasty ass bastard. These are nasty, nasty people. And then Larry, you stank ass, you smell like garlic and onions. He just show up at our house at any old time and gave us some auto car rags because Brother Rudy or Larry Rudy, Hoopty Hootie, whoever the fuck is lawyer, priest, whatever he was, blessed them. So I just took them and threw them on the dresser, and then somehow they ended up under the bed, and I had a nightmare, and I was like, what the freak? So I'm coming out of the bathroom, and I look, and I see underneath my bed, there's those rags that Larry gave us. Prayer rags. And then they smelled like garlic and onion, dude. I'm like, what is this guy? Was he wiping his underarms or ass with it? I mean, these people are nasty, dude. They don't bathe. Larry's always got that shit in his mouth, and he would fall asleep with that shit in his mouth on post. Yeah, we got people took pictures of him with that chaw in his mouth, and it's dribbling down his chin and on his shirt. 8 patty burgers or whatever the fuck he would eat every day. He was so gross. These people, and they smelled. They both stunk like fondue, like culo fondue, man. Like for real. Like cochino, man. Talking about pigs, they cochino. Let me tell you something, man. These people. They were so nasty, Abe. I'm telling you, they are so freaking unhygienic. It is so gross. If you sat in Clough's truck, and you know it's true, you fat bastard, your truck smelled like Whataburger and ass, dude. Dude, I almost vomited, dude. I got his truck, and I got out so fast. And, dude, there's a bunch of people who've talked about this, standing there talking to him by his truck, and you could smell the ass in his truck. Like, you could come off of his truck. Anthony just came from outside. Anthony, weren't you talking about how bad it stunk outside of Clough's truck?
Oh, yeah, it always smelled bad outside his damn truck.
Yeah.
He's a nasty, unhygienic bastard.
Dude, he is nasty, dude. I'm telling you, I'm not making this up. This isn't, and I'm going to say something else. This isn't for comedy effect. This is not a joke. I am not playing. You people are gross. And Barton smelled like underarms. Barton would not wear a shirt. And I'm not even joking. Nellie's laughing about it too, but you know it's true, honey. And we went to dinner, and I told that little beady-eyed bastard, I bought him a dress shirt. Am I lying? No.
You bought him the outfit to wear to look decent.
To look decent. I took him to Eddie V's, a friend of mine's restaurant. Yeah, at the mall. I took him to and bought him that was the day we met Peter Dante. We were hanging out talking to him. Let me tell you something. Barton was there, and he knows Peter Dante was a fan of the show, who yelled out my name, and I went over there, I talked to him, and he says, yeah, man, he's a nice guy. I heard he drinks, he gets, rowdy, whatever. Some friends of mine were telling him at my bar, friend of mine's bar, and they were saying he gets kind of rowdy, whatever. That's not my problem. But Peter Dante, we're hanging out with him, and so, Barton's over there with his stank, sweat ass underarms. Dude, he'd like to have knocked my jeweler over with his stank ass underarms. I'm not even joking. I'm not playing. His nasty, stringy straw hair, just unhygienic and dirty. He goes, "This is how I dress." I said, "Dude, just put on a dress shirt, man, because you had to have a collared shirt at the restaurant." Then we go there to eat. We're with Ken and Ann, and he spits his wife spits the food out into the table, and Barton took it and threw it under the floor, under the table. And she wouldn't eat anything. She was so weird, dude. Oh my God, dude. I give her a pass only because I think that he's mean to her, probably. So maybe that's why she's away. I don't know, dude. And the whole time, I don't know what we're gonna do about our taxes. Pay the motherfuckers. That's what everybody else does. They came down here to fleece me, Abe, is what they did. And they didn't get their way. So they went back and they talked a gang of shit to the people who house sat for them. I'm not going to say their names. And they told me that the horrible shit they said about us. Pissed off because I wouldn't give them the money. Well, they didn't openly ask me for it. They just kept hinting around. I don't know. They just kept on. And then Larry paid it. So then Larry got in their good graces. Abe, I gave this guy thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to try to help him, prop him up. Wouldn't do nothing, In fact, getting him to help me write that book was just a mercy to give him money. He's a money pit, dude. The guy is a money pit. And I said, dude, this guy can't do anything. He can't do anything. Yeah, I had somebody else lined up. Nelly just said, yeah, I did. And I could have used that person. And then I angered that other person by pulling Barton over him. And they told me he was a hack. I should have listened to him.
Wow.
He wanted to make that book his. He kept trying to. I kept fighting him on it too. And he kept trying to make like his own bullshit in there. And I said, no, Ken didn't do that. He did. He kept trying to do that. And it was a hassle dealing with that guy. I mean, you can't get him to stay focused on shit, dude. I don't know what his deal is. I don't. But, these people, they smell bad, dude. And I'm a big, like, I can't handle people if they stink. I mean, there's a lot of things I can overlook. An ugly person, maybe, they can't help it. They're ugly, unless they're just not taking care of their body and they're ugly by being overweight, like Jessica. She's ugly. She's probably ugly anyway, but she looks ugly because she's overweight. But, there's some people, though, if you're a big person, maybe you need to clean yourself more often. Cluffy, that dude, to go in our bath and waller in there like a damn walrus from the North Pole and then leave a gray ring of shit around the tub, dude, oh, my God. And then they want to talk about, there's all these things to talk about. Let me tell you, there is a lot I could talk about with Cluffy. A lot. That dude is hairy. He's a hairy ass dude, man. Like he is covered in hair like a damn werewolf, dude. He is gross, dude. He is so gnarly, dude. And then he's mad because he admitted to me in front of a bunch of people that he was with a dude and they were supposed to go ride around the country together. And I said, what on God's green earth possessed you to get a tattoo of a guy? I don't know. I thought we were going to be together and go around the country. Like, dude, I don't, and then tell me you smoke crack and then talk about his sister. He said that shit. And then he changed it to some bullshit about he's got a stepsister from the Philippines. Bullshit. He said that he had a sister who had she was mentally slow is what he said. And that his mother accused him of assaulting her when he was supposedly a minor. Now, that's what he said. I don't fucking know, and I don't care. I just know what he said, and there are people who will swear affidavits that that's what he said. This fucker is a liar. He is a grifting, lying fraud, just like his hero, Dirty Ike, the corn on the cob eater, and this other idiot, the cosplayer swordsman from the LBL, who's every week he's seen a new cryptid come up.
Just for the crypt.
Tales from the crypt keeper over there.
The crypt keeper.
from the grift keeper.
Said, "Oh, you took a bath in my tub?" And he goes, "Why? I wore underwear, dude."
Yeah, and that's another thing Nelly reminded me of. It's one of those tubs with the jets that has the jets on it, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
He told me, Abe, he goes, "Why are you upset? I wore my underwear in there," which I don't believe. I don't believe that. My tub, it took me 2 days to clean that son of a bitch.
Damn.
I had to take a bucket of hot water and throw it. I was mad. I was so mad, dude. Truffles ain't even that dirty. He's a pig. Truffles is clean compared to that guy. I bathe Truffles and he don't leave a green ring or a gray ring around shit.
Yes, we are live.
What's up,
Sick.
Shade Viking?
Nasty.
Yeah, these people are gross, dude. They're very nasty people, and they do and say very nasty, hateful things. And after what I put up with from these people, the behavior or lack thereof from these people. Another thing I was told about Larry. Now, I personally didn't see this. So I'm not going to bear false witness, folks. But I was told that Larry would take his boots off and hang his feet out the window when he was on post. Like, I didn't see this, man. Like I said, and one of the guards claimed to have seen it, and supposedly took a picture of it. And I just told Larry, hey, please keep your. Why do you gotta tell a grown man, dude? Please keep your boots on, dude. Don't do that. You know, don't harass the women. He harassed the girls that work for us, man. He tried to
Wow.
tell my field captain's daughter, who was 20 years old, kept trying to tell her, "How old are you?" Thinking that she was a teenager, and kept trying to tell her that she was a teenager, and she's like, "No, I'm 20 years old." He didn't want to believe it. He kept trying to say that she looked like she was young. Well, if she looked like she was young, why are you hanging over her? This is what he did. He did this with multiple females, dude, workers and security personnel, to the point where no woman wanted to work over there. And the woman that works for me came to me and was like, "Hey, my daughter doesn't want to work with this guy." You know, it was bad, dude. I mean, I didn't say all this stuff, but you know, they just keep on with their bullshit. Glass houses, and they throw rocks. And then he had this big fat guy that he got to lie and say some shit. We gave him a job, and this fat boy lied for him. Because Larry does that. I mean, he gets people on his side, and then he tries to get them to lie. You know, and he just tried to get another person to lie for him about his sleeping so he could, you know, not get in trouble. And finally, we just couldn't have him work for us anymore. It's too much, man. And nobody could work with him. I mean, and Clough was right there. He was one of the finger pointers. "Oh, yeah, Larry's weird, dude. Larry's a serial killer. Something's wrong with Larry. Larry's this, Larry's that." Yeah, you did, Clough. You said all those things. But
Yeah.
he may not have been wrong. You know, we still don't know. I mean, he may not have been wrong. But damn, dude, these people are nasty. To sit there and be that nasty and that gross, and to sit there and say and do the things that they say and do about other people. Shame on you that you would sit there and pass judgment on people when you did all the nasty shit that you did. And then take money from us and lie and say that you didn't, and you know you did. He took money from us, yeah. But he didn't work for. He's a fucking liar. Absolutely. And then to say we didn't do anything for him. I mean, it's unreal that this guy that has that kind of balls. I mean, he told Anthony Silsky, there's no secret now that he's, you know, on our side, you know, and defected from their evil asses like multiple people have. But he told him, he said that he knows that I could whoop his ass. Well, Clough, if you believe that and you know that, why keep antagonizing me? Why keep trying? Because you know what I honestly think? I think he wants somebody to go after him or do something to him or say something so he can try to run to the cops and be a little bitch. He keeps calling me a little bitch. You know me, Clough, and you know you've been to the gym with me. You know I'm not a little bitch. You know that. You're a liar. You are a freaking 100% certifiable crazy ass liar. Deranged. And then Barton projecting, acting like a jilted girlfriend, lover, or something. As soon as he's well enough and the blood sugar allows him to see, he starts attacking us. Nobody attacked him. We didn't go after that little fucker, that little beady-eyed fucker. Everybody prayed for that guy. And I got to ask God for forgiveness for being so angry tonight with these people. But it is sick, and I'm sick and tired of it. And he's always in there in the chats running his mouth and talking shit. Barton, you are a weak little man. You're very weak. You were at the gym with us.
He's fragile.
He did the weakest version of my workout, and he didn't even. Well, no, he did. He did. Yep, Barton finished. Barton did finish. Clough didn't even start. Clough tried to do a pull down and started crying. Now, I mean, I don't mean he cried like with tears. You know, I'm an honest person. I'm not going to lie about something that if it's not true, it's not true. But he started whining and bitching out until Anthony was like, "Never mind, don't worry about it. We just let him off the hook." He goes, "Oh, I will work out with you guys, though. I will eventually. Yeah, I will." No, Abe, that never happened. He never worked out with us because he's weak. He's a weak man. He's a walking pork chop. No bullshit. The guy is the weakest biatch I've ever seen in my life. In my opinion, he is probably top 5 of the weakest men in the planet.
Damn.
You know what it is, too? He's got an estrogen overload. That's why he's got those. This is not joking. This is not even playing. It sounds funny. It's unintentionally funny, but I'm not trying to be funny. He's got gynecomastia. Pluff, I wish you would get on the live here with me. You and old Crypt Keeper.
Yeah, I'll drop it. I'll drop the link.
Yeah. Old farting over there, dude. Get old
Hey,
farting over there.
They don't got the cojones. They don't even got the cojones over the computer to jump on. There you go. Prove
Farting,
me
come
wrong.
on. I'm from Indiana. Come on, let's fight. We'll throw hands at you. Shut up. Shut up, you frail old man. Shut up. You get out of the hospital from a diabetic coma, you want to fight people. Shut up. Get the fuck out of here. These people can't fight nobody, folks. Don't worry about if something happens, it's not going to be from them. It's going to be one of those deranged people that they're not going to come over here to do it. I don't believe that. I believe they'll send one of their minions over here because they're cowards. The only one I think would have the stupidity or the balls because he thinks he'll get away with it is Larry. And I'll say that because he went to a dinner that he knew that we were going to be at after he had told everybody that he was going to do something to me to quote unquote defend himself. That's why I know he's got the balls to try to do something. He ain't going to fight, but he loves his guns. But yeah, so I think that was a setup right there. I think it would have gone down very badly. And I think he would have probably done something that, in my opinion, I believe, and this is my belief, I think he would have done something to me. I wouldn't have made it out of the parking lot. He would have walked up and just bam, 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 and then told everybody, I told you, he said he was going to beat me up because that guy from Germany, he lied and said that I was, that I was going to hurt him or something like that. That never happened. I never said that. But, it's unfortunate. And from what I know, that dude's not involved anymore. So I'm not going to say anything. If that guy walked away, I'm a forgiving person. I don't care. Walk away. I forgive you. Go on. All of these people, if they would just leave, you know what? You don't have to apologize. You don't have to like me. Just don't talk about us anymore. Person, you can talk about me all the time. I don't care. Just leave my family alone. Leave Abe alone. Leave all these other people alone. You can say whatever the fuck you want about me because it's not going to hurt my feelings. Really, honestly, I don't give a shit because you're such full of shit. Everybody knows it. So keep on ranting and raving, whatever. We'll get around to you eventually legally. What's going to happen is if you just leave us the fuck alone, there would be peace. But they project and they make this, narrative, this image that we're just after them, out to get them and saying all kinds of things about them. No, dude, go to PRT News, folks. If you're not already in PRT News, go to PRT News, take a look at these people. And tomorrow night, we're going to do the show. All I'm going to say tomorrow night on the show when I have the audience there, I'm going to tell them, do not do anything to these people. I do not condone anything being done to these people. And I don't want anything done to these people because they're just going to use it to try to hurt people and blame us and whatever. So it's not going to help anything. Right. And so that's it. And then we're going to do the show and it has nothing to do with them. It has nothing to do with them. I didn't set you up to do this show tonight. You were already talking about them, defending yourself.
Late at night.
And I came on to just...
My brother was here and he went home. And I said, I might do a live, and I jumped on. My brother took off. He was jumped in for a little bit, but he was tired, so he was going to get some rest. We were watching the wrestling AEW. That's what we were doing. But yeah, he left, and
you're talking about AEW.
Yeah, AEW. They had a pay-per-view tonight.
Is that that's Murder Hawk, right? That's my friend. What's his name?
Murder Hawk.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. He was on my show.
Yeah, Lance.
Lance Boyd. Yeah, I came up with Lance. We were real good friends back in the day. He tried to get me to join Resident a long time ago when he first started. Yeah. I should have went.
He started up there toward Dallas. My brother-in-law knew him too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he lives up there. He lives up in
Fort Worth. He was a bouncer at a club over there.
Yeah, he was a bouncer at Paradox.
Yeah, Paradox. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I fought Paradox when they had this. It was an amateur tournament they had there back in the 90s. It was called Night of Blood or something. I forgot the name of it, dude. It was like I forgot what it was called. And I won 3 fights that night.
We got somebody come jump on here called Commotion Man. Let's see who it is.
How you guys doing?
How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I just want to speak to the situation where you guys were when you guys were Josh, you're talking about the guys that were stinking so badly, right?
Mhm.
So I could speak to that. Listen, after I graduated college, and I was still working for the same company, whatever. And the bottom line was, I was a manager, and I had a cashier, and she was an Indian woman. And I don't know what it is, but about I don't know. Maybe they're different. You know, obviously there are because it'll fall out in a moment when I finish telling the story. But the bottom line is, she I don't know what it was, but she stunk so badly when you got within 3 to 4, even 6 feet. You could the stench was ungodly. And so I gave her a written warning.
You
Right?
talking? She was from India.
Yeah,
Was she
I
from
don't know where.
India?
Yeah, but yes, but yeah, well,
Overseas.
she was
From India.
Indian. I don't know where she was from, because hold on, it'll fall out in a moment. I'm gonna
Yeah.
finish this and wrap it up. But so the bottom line is, I gave her a written warning. You know, I gave her a couple written warnings, and it's like, yeah, I had to tell her, I don't know what's going on here, but you gotta, bathe and wash, and use soap or deodorant or whatever it is. But the stench was ungodly. And I have to imagine it's probably what you ran into over there, Abe. Maybe some of these people, I don't know what it is. Some people from over there, maybe they don't have the ability or the facilities or whatever to bathe or what, or maybe that's. And so here's the deal. Here's the bottom line. I happen to be dating and with an Indian woman at that time. That's the only thing that kept me from really. These guys really wanted to fire me or whatever, like for abusing, but they couldn't do it because guess what? I had an Indian girlfriend, and she was, she was from what was the what's the damn it, now I can't think of the name of it. Some island, whatever it is.
Sri
But
Lanka.
whatever. No, it doesn't matter. But the bottom line is, she came to America. She was Americanized, and she was, my girlfriend was, fully, advanced as far as bathing and cleansing and, perfume and whatever it was, deodorant and everything else. Whereas, and I talked to my girlfriend about this before I even started writing this other woman up, and it was amazing. It was amazing, dude. But yeah, these guys, they couldn't touch me because they knew I had a girl. That I had an Indian girlfriend, but she was Americanized and whatnot, and everything was cool, but I know what you're talking about. It was ungodly. And this chick just, I don't know what it was. I can't remember exactly what it was. But the deal definitely was, the situation was the stench. It was amazing. And, I couldn't do anything. I wrote her up a couple times. And after the second write up, I think she went ahead and quit.
Thank goodness.
But
So
it
what you
was,
put
yeah.
in the write-up? To take a shower?
Oh,
Today?
what's that?
On the write-up, what did you put?
Oh,
When you write it up?
when I wrote her up, I just wrote up just like, I made some, I wrote it up, and you make some suggestions. That's all you can do. I mean, when you're writing somebody up and you're making because and I wasn't the first one to call this into question.
So it's more like you're working around, you have to hold your breath to go around there, and then you try to gasp for fresh air.
I mean,
and then-
imagine, listen, she was the cashier, so you're getting a couple hundred, you're getting a couple hundred customers running through her, and I'm telling you what, dude, it's not a joke, man. When you get within 3 to 6 feet,
What's her name?
you get that you get a stench of
What's her name?
field.
Jessica Hippo.
I don't know what it was.
Nah.
Amazing.
Wow.
Listen, I don't know. All I know is I didn't get any trouble. I didn't get it. Huh?
You're still dramatized and have PTSD from that stench.
No. I mean,
You just
when you
remember.
run, listen, there's a lot of people like that running around over here, but
Yeah,
the
dude.
main
I mean, there's a lot of people that they're not self-aware. That's the hard part. Like if you go to the gym,
exactly.
I've had to do this. I've had to get out, on the way home and, stop and get a protein drink or something. I'm like, oh shit, I got no protein at the house. I need to, I try to keep my distance. And I've even told people like, I just finished doing workout, man, I'm sweating. And they're like, oh, it's no problem, whatever. But I wear a t-shirt. I don't work out in a tank top. For that reason, because it'll get, if you really get in there and you're working out, you're going to sweat. So
Yeah.
you try to be as courteous as possible. I usually don't stop on the way home if I don't have to, but a couple times I have, because Nellie, one time she called me and she's like, hey honey, on your way home from the gym, can you go to the HEB and pick up so I had to go in there and pick some stuff up. So, I did as much of a favor as I could. I went straight into the bathroom and cleaned myself as best I can, underarms, whatever. Because you don't want to make everybody, you don't know these people, but you don't want to make everything unpleasant because it's just common courtesy. But I have been in line around people who there is no reason for that kind of smell to be coming off of somebody. And it's disgusting and it's nasty and it's like you're not self-aware. Mentally ill people, though, and I'm going to say this, folks, and I'm not saying that is exactly what this is, but mentally ill people are known for not bathing and not having good hygiene. People that are mentally ill.
Right.
So that makes me wonder about all these fools. They were so unhygienic. I can't speak to Ike up there in Oklahoma, but if you looking at him, he looks like he smells nasty. I've heard other YouTubers say that. I know Vault said it on his show that he looks at him and thinks he smells nasty. Now he's not necessarily Vulture's not necessarily the greatest standard of morality, but hey, the guy called it. He does look like he smells. I mean, he wears the same clothes day in and day out. I mean, who does that besides Charlie Brown or the Flintstones? They'll wear the same clothes. Those are cartoons. This is a guy in real life who wears the same clothes on all of his shows, with like maybe 2 or 3 different shirts, and he'll wear them for days and days. That is a mental illness. Anybody that looks at that guy and sees this guy wearing the same clothes every time he's on the show, for months he was wearing some blue shirt or something, and you're going like, what is wrong with this man? What is wrong with this man? You don't bathe? Huh? Here in America, you don't have, this isn't the third world country where you might get some kind of protozoan up your ass for bathing. This dude is nasty. And you look at those other people, I was around them and they smelled terrible. And Abe, you were at the hotel during my conference. You were at the hotel, and what happened? Larry came down barefoot, running around like a damn freakazoid.
And the line of breakfast, and everybody's dressed there, and he's barefooted.
He's down there barefooted because he's nasty and don't give a shit. These people are gross. Barton walked around the whole time with cut off shirts. These weren't shirts that were made that way. He cut the sleeves off of them.
I used to cut my sleeves big. I used to cut my sleeves off, when I was a teenager growing up on the East Coast. That was a sweat house over there. That have you been to the East Coast?
No.
Oh man, it's so huge. Listen, I'm telling you what. If you grew up, or I grew up on the East Coast, okay, let me tell you. I grew up on the East Coast, and I used to sweat my ass off, and I never knew what the hell was going on. Because when you're growing up over there in that shithole, and excuse my language, but that's what it was. And you don't even know. You don't know. I was sweating my ass off. But guess what? When I got to the Pacific Coast, oh my goodness! Then I realized, holy cow! I've been suffering the East Coast, the whole East Coast is just suffering. It sucks.
Yeah.
It's miserable. The humidity, and even if you go back, like I flew back in to visit my mom one time, and at Christmas, get
There he
off the
is, right
plane. Holy, that thing was freezing. The East Coast is just miserable, dude.
There he is with his famous blue shirt that he wears, and look at his teeth, man.
God, look at that guy.
Is that
Look at
the
him.
clown
Look
you
at
guys been talking
He
about?
is so nasty, dude. Look at that dude. He always wears
Wow.
these itty bitty hats that are too small for his big fat head.
Wow.
Golly, look at that mustache. What is wrong in the middle there? It don't grow. It's a reverse. It's a reverse Hitler. He's trying to prove he doesn't like Hitler. Look at that. He goes, "I'm not going to grow my mustache in the middle of my mouth."
Wow.
Nasty, nasty.
Oh man, get that shit off the TV, man. God dang, it's punishment enough knowing that he exists. Fucking wrong turn over here. God damn.
Show us building the fence and not singing 20, man. So you can buy yourself a bar of soap and some toothpaste and a toothbrush.
What did Scorpion say? One time, Larry gave me what did he say? Gary says Larry gave me a ride home from work one time, and I finished the time in his truck. And not only did I have to wake him up, he had to put his shoes on before he drove me home. What? Scorpion, you could have told me that, so I'd have known, whatever. And Scorpion said something about, I may be out of shape, but I can work. Scorpion, you're not out of shape compared to these people. You lost a lot of weight lately. You've lost about 40 pounds, and you're doing a lot better than me. You work out, dude. These people don't work out. They don't do shit. So don't even put yourself on that level, dude. You're putting yourself down talking about that because I saw that comment earlier. No.
Hey, Josh, let me ask you something. You're talking about working out. I've been hearing about you talking about working out and stuff. I used to work out a lot too, and especially when I got into college and whatnot. But what I like to do, because I didn't have the usually when I worked out at home, I had my own free weights and stuff, and that was cool and shit. But when I get to college, I had an opportunity to do lat pulls, which that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to build my wings, so to speak, and I was pulling full stacks. So I want to ask you a question. I got to ask you: were you ever doing lat pulls? Did you pull full stacks, or what? What was up with that?
No, like I could pull the whole stack.
And what was the level of that full stack that you were pulling? Because I tell you, I built a cable. Listen, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let me interrupt you for a moment. Listen, when I was doing my junior college stuff, it was right across the street from Apple. All right, in Northern California. You probably know where it is. Whatever it was, I broke that cable. I broke it. I was pulling full stacks. I broke that, and then I went to San Jose State, and I was pulling full stack, and so there's different levels of full. So what was your what capacity of a full stack were you doing? Because I had a lot of guys trying to work in with me. They couldn't they couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I think the most I ever pulled down was like 240. The thing says 240 on there.
Yeah,
and I think I did it like 3 or 4 times, and I did because I was working out working in with my friend that would do that. But he was bodybuilding, or not bodybuilding, powerlifting. His name was Mitch. And he was built like a horse, man. He had big old freaking legs. And, so he was working out for heavy. And so I was working out with him because I could lift comparable to him. my ability to lift weights is it's I don't want to say it because it sounds like I'm bragging. I'm not. I have videos, and one of these fuckers that's over here talking all this shit, he made videos with me of me lifting weights. You know, knowing what I know about him now, I would never let him video me lifting weights ever again because he's a weirdo. But
Yeah, I got you.
yeah, he made videos of it, man. And in one of those videos, I had
Yeah.
660 pounds and I was doing flies with it. So I'm extremely
No,
strong.
no.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
6'4".
no.
Abe has met me in person. I'm 6'4". Yeah, and I weigh like 360. So these people are talking all this shit.
Yeah,
know-
you got bullshitters. You got
Yeah.
bullshitters. I know.
Yeah,
Believe me, I
Abe is
know.
strong too.
Everybody's got
strong
their
guy.
different, you got their different situations. See, listen, I started working out when I was like fucking 12 years old, dude. I had my mom, have her. Yeah, we ordered like a Sears company, weight lifting set, and I started working out. I don't even probably when I was 12 years old or whatever. And I was doing, I started doing benching on my own and all. And I did all free weight stuff. And I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I had an incredibly strong. My calves are extremely like, Nelly calls them bowling balls, but it's like she read a thing recently that said that your calves. What is it? Your heart. It's like your second heart. The bigger your calves are, the more healthy your heart is. And I just had an echocardiogram done about a year ago, and my heart doesn't have significant enlarging as big as I am because I've always taking care, of working out and doing, my resting pulse is like 42.
Yeah.
And the doctor will check it and be like, what the hell? But it was like that in high school, man, when I did my physical to play ball, whether it was baseball, football, basketball, I played all three. And then they would check my pulse and be like, dude, this kid's pulse. They sent me to the hospital when I went to try out for basketball my freshman year. They sent me to the hospital. And then the doctor checked my pulse and he goes, you just have a low resting pulse. I mean, and I could run and run and run and run and never get tired. It was just the way I was built, man. And two a days in football, I'd be falling out. I never threw up. To this day, I've never thrown up from working out or overworking or nothing. I do a 40 exercise upper body and I do 1,000 reps on legs. These people, they have no clue. I had
you are a natural strong man.
Yeah, very, very strong. And I have videos to back it up. Tons of them.
I had to work into it. I started when I was a little kid, dude. I looked at these shows, and listen, I'm old. I'm probably a couple years older than you, not too much, but almost your same age. And I remember watching like fucking, what was it? I can't remember what was the dude's name. What was his name? He was like the strong man. He was like the strong man from the jungle.
Schwarzenegger.
No, before that. Even before that.
Sylvester
Whatever it
Stallone?
was. No, but even before that. I'm talking about, when we were, I might be even outdating you guys. Who knows what? But whatever. The strong man from the jungle, whatever it was. At any rate, it doesn't matter. But I said, I want to look like that dude because he looked good. He looked massive and stuff. So I started working out, and that's why I'm telling you, I had my mom. We ordered the weight set from Sears and whatnot. When Sears was that was back in the day when Sears was a company you ordered stuff.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
You couldn't get from anywhere else and stuff like that.
And you had to wait for everything. I had no patience for that as a kid. I remember ordered a video game from it one time, and I was just like, what the hell? I was like, this video game is going to already be out of style by the time I get it. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first weight set I had, I was 13. And I didn't do much with it. I just played around with it. I didn't, I wanted to be a little bit stronger. And I think what happened was I was playing Little League the year before or something, and I wanted to make my hitting stronger. I wanted to be stronger. So I had this batting tee and I would just hit it with this heavy weighted bat. And it really worked. It would hit this net. And then my dad got me this weight set. And so I started using it for bench, curls, and just a few exercises my Uncle Frank had shown me. But I stopped doing it. But then I picked it back up and when I was 15 going on 16. And then when I was 16, I had this friend named Danny, and he was this Italian kid. And he got me into it, man. He was from the East Coast. He's like, yo, you ought to lift weights, man. You're a big dude. You could be really big, man. Girls really like that, And so I was thinking, okay. So I started working out with him, and he was like massive. He was a big dude, and he was a lot stronger than me. But I realized I caught up to him really quick, and then we both kind of were like around the same strength. And I learned about, what your strength is on the first 2 to 3 workouts is not indicative of how strong you are. It's not your peak strength. You'll hit peak strength. And then I got really involved. And then I bought the Bill Phillips Bible about working out and supplements and all that, the guy that created Metrics. And I got real into it and I became really strong. And then I got into boxing and I said, well, I don't want to be too bulky. So I started streamlining my workouts for being able to fight. And then I started streamlining my workouts to be able to play football or whatever sport I was playing at the time. And I realized, and I'm going to tell you this, folks, weightlifting is the fountain of youth. If you lift weights, you will live longer, you will live happier and healthier. And I promise you, you will have a lot less problems when you go to the doctor for your checkups. Your blood sugar will go down, your blood pressure will go down, your anxiety will go down. Your good cholesterol will go up, your bad cholesterol will go down. You'll do a world of wonders for your body. And I'm telling you, it is the truth. It is the absolute truth. There are supplements out there. There's foods you can eat that's really good for you to help you live. And don't eat sugar. Don't eat a bunch of salt. Just don't do it. The sugar and sodium, you don't need it. You get it naturally from most of the food you eat already. And so I tell people all the time, if you start lifting weights when you're in your teens and you keep going, it'll help you. It'll help you get over all of the bad, everything.
That's why I called in. That's why I called into you, Josh. Because I started when I was so young, and I remember now what it was. It was the goddamn guy who played like the Amazon guy. What was his name? Tarzan. Yeah, it was like when we were young. And we saw the Tarzan dude, right? That's what motivated me.
Jack LaLanne?
No,
I don't remember his name. I don't know whoever it was when we were.
The guy that plays Aquaman.
Listen, I'm a little bit older than you, Josh. So whatever, whoever it was playing. Yeah, when I saw that dude.
So Commotion Man, let me ask you a question. Do you watch our show?
Of course I watch. Why do you think I'm calling in? I've been a follower ever since you started. I followed you from.
Commotion Man.
Oh, okay.
Huh? I've been following you. All right, we're getting feedback. I'm not getting.
He's getting feedback.
Yeah, I'm getting feedback from somebody. But yeah, Josh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I've been following you since your whole deal. Since you started doing your stuff on that Clown Boys show. The Wolf Man, whatever. Yeah. Yep. So I'm following you from him. And I haven't listened to him in a long time. I might have to start following up again. I don't know if it's important or not, but so yeah, I'm I'm pretty loyal. If that means anything.
No, it does. It absolutely does. Nice to meet you. Are you a member or do you follow Patreon?
No, I haven't done anything of that yet, but I might.
Yeah, we have a whole library on Patreon now. It's $10 a month. But you can do $10, $20, $30, $40, $50. You get a swag bag.
Yeah, I know. I hear your spiel everything. Listen, I've been listening to you. No, I've been hearing you. And I appreciate you guys. And, right now I'm out of work. I'm in between jobs. I'm a professional HVAC commercial installation man. And so, but yeah, I make money when I'm making it, but right now I'm not making it. So, but I'll be around the area.
So what are you out of California, you said?
I came from California. I came from the East Coast. Right now I'm in Oregon.
Oh yeah.
Right now I'm in Oregon. So yeah. So what was going on? I'm getting rebuttals again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Okay. Anyway, I was born on the East Coast, dude. Around the Washington D.C. area, Maryland. Yes, and I grew up in Maryland and Virginia. And my dad worked for IBM. Just to give you guys a background, if you care. And so what happened was, my dad got an opportunity. He said, IBM said you can go anywhere you want to go. And he came out. Are you still hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. So he said, or they gave him an opportunity wherever he wanted to go, and he came out to California to San Jose. So I went to San Jose with him, and went there and back. Went back and forth. Got my girlfriend from Virginia. Came back out to California, and so I've been on the West Coast ever since. I gotta say, West Coast rocks. East Coast sucks. If you don't know it, but you don't know it until you experience it. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, I haven't been. There's 11 states on the East Coast I haven't been to.
Dude, the humidity over there, it's if you don't know it, and I didn't know it, of course, driving, growing up in it, you don't know it until you experience something better.
So do you
But
have any paranormal stories? Anything you got that's happened to you?
I heard I already gave a story. Did I give a story to you guys?
To me,
I mean, you might have. I don't know.
I might have given a story to Gabe.
yeah,
Dave,
yeah.
excuse me, not Gabe. Gabe. I think I gave one story. It was pretty crazy, and but I don't know if it's worth repeating.
Well, you should jump on our show on Monday and tell it again. Because I mean, I get
Yeah.
people that tell me all the time, like, "Oh, I emailed you," but if my email fills up every day, I empty that email and put it into folders. So because I can't, it's filling up all the time.
No, I understand.
Yeah, so I mean, I might miss it, but I try to put them into folders. I used to let Tony help me, him and Armando, but they would throw them all over the place. We'd get them. So now it's me and Anthony that kind of take care of it or whatever.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. That's cool. I'll check. I'll let you guys. I know when you guys are gonna let me go. I'll let you go. But I'll check back in with you, and if it's a story, it's not really a big story. It wasn't a big deal, but it's something that needs to be followed up on. Really, it was what it was.
Well, you never
You
know,
know,
too. I've had a lot of people tell me, "Well, it's
it
not a real,"
really is.
but then it gets them more involved because it tracks back to something in their past and
Yeah,
what we
because
did at
listen, I
PRC.
looked
We
back
just,
up on. Yeah, and you know what it reminds me of was you guys talking about it a little bit earlier about the buildings. You guys were talking about the buildings and stuff that you hadn't questioned.
Mhm.
I was hanging out with a dude, and he taught me about you can, and basically what he said was, and I understood it, and I'm telling you right now about it is that you can look up ownership of these buildings. So these buildings are in question. These
Mhm.
buildings that you guys are, yes, you can look them up, dude. Look them up, and I would encourage you to do it.
Oh yeah, we have, but they come up with these like weird, just innocuous names. I
Right.
mean,
But
yeah, it doesn't
so you're
tell you
looking up
anything.
through the governmental, you're looking up through the legitimate, situations or what? And it's still coming up flaky like that?
Yeah, some of them will come up like weird. I don't want to say the names, but such and such industry.
No, I understand.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
Like, or they'll come up with some name that you can't really follow up on, or it's real. It's just weird, dude. Like I've done
No, I
that with a few
gotcha.
buildings. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha. No, I gotcha. They're flowing up flack. They got flack. Just like if you're in a fighter or who knows what, that's a flack. They're throwing it up there and hoping you're not gonna pursue it any further or whatever it is. Yeah. No, that's cool. Oh, well, listen, dudes, I'm gonna let you. I am gonna let you let me go. Is what it's going on,
Alrighty, brother.
right? I
Thank you
appreciate
for
you
jumping
guys.
on.
I appreciate you guys. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
it was
Thank
good
you.
talking to you, man. Come on the show
Yeah,
on Monday.
I'm gonna look forward to talking to you again. I got some stuff. Let me get it together a little bit more. I might have to regroup my story, like I told you, Josh. It's pretty heavy duty, but I don't know if it's heavy duty enough. Is what I'm thinking about. I
No,
told
there's
it
no
one
story
time.
that's not that doesn't know.
And it's something that needs to really be folded up on. It really does. And
Yeah.
I went back and looked at the map, like I was telling you about, because I
Mhm.
wasn't sure where I was going on. Like I said, I'm an HVAC man, commercial dude, and I was going to. What happened was I was going to a job. They got like an emergency call out Saturday, whatever, and I went around the corner and. Up, it's up in the Pacific Northwest and whatnot, and this and that. And but yeah, it was. And so when I do that, when I do what I do, I look for a sweet spot to kick back for the night. Is what I do. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So when I do what I do, is I go through and I check the area out, and I look for a smooth spot to relax for the night. And then I get ready to roll out in the morning and go to work, type of thing, right? So what happened to me was what happened when I was when I picked up that spot. I happened to have a weird, it was a little bit of a weird situation. And but no, we'll talk about. We'll be in touch.
Yeah,
I've already
come
told
on the show. Sure.
you. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
We'll be in touch.
show up on Monday night or one of the Monday nights there. It'd be good that we could talk again.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I enjoy you guys so much. Hey.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, I love you guys, dude. Hey,
Alrighty,
take
brother.
care. Thanks for
Yeah, no
tolerating me for
problem.
the time you have, and Abe and Josh, you guys, I love you guys, man. We'll see you later.
All
Alrighty,
right,
brother.
man.
See you later,
All
man.
right, dudes. Late.
Later. Yeah, and the truth is, we're supposed to be doing shows about the paranormal. I can't tell you how many times I've been driving doing my job, which I have to do, 4 to 5 times a week now. Not as much as I was having to. And I'll be in the car, and Nelly will be with me, and we'll be listening to you, Abe, and then you're having to kick shitheads out of there because they're trolling, and they cannot deny the fact that they do that and that they absolutely do troll. That's what they do. And then it disrupts the flow. And when you guys will be talking about something interesting with pictures and everything else, and we don't even put the pictures up because it's just you're brave because we do. People start arguing and fighting. That's fake. As this as AI. And it's just so we made the rule. We'll put them up sometimes, but for the most part, we don't, and we don't put them too much in PRT. We'll get people send us pictures all the time. In fact, there might be a couple people in the chat who've actually sent us pictures, and we don't put them into the paranormal roundtable group because they'll just start fighting. And here recently, I did that, and then that sure enough, You know, they just couldn't help it. They had to start fighting and arguing, and everybody's fake and lying and whatever. So to hell with it, you know. But there's a lot of interesting stuff there, you know, that happens on this channel, and I like watching it. And you know, we'll be checking it out and stuff. And these people can't help but try to be disruptive. And I know that it's these people. I know it is. So these people to sit there and say that we're attacking them, they're crazy. They're out of their damn minds, because we can't. They're trying to make it to where we can't get any work done because they're so disruptive. That's their goal. And then they turn around and say that we're jealous of this cockroach king, you know, that we give a shit about what he does. It says, just go look at that video. I don't know if he has the balls to leave it up. I didn't hear anything from him for a while because he was fighting with some other people because he had taken their content and tried to pass it off as his own. And then he got called out on it. And then he makes that video after he brags about how he's going to get thousands of views on it. I knew exactly what that was. He was going to go out into the woods and fake a bunch of shit, which he did. Then he was going to buy a bunch of views, which he did. And then say, look at this, Josh Turner, I beat you. Monday night, by the way, Ike, is our weakest night. We don't really get more than 400 people at the most, usually on a Monday, but we get some really cool stuff on there, and it's pretty laid back. And we'll get people come on and tell their encounters, and they tell their shows, or they'll tell their stories on the show. So there's no competition there. Anybody wants to go at us head to head on a Monday, I don't give a shit. You might win, you might not. We're not in a competition. First of all, he is in his own mind. But he's also been in competition with Soap for a long time, you know, and he's been winning. The Soap has totally lost. He has just whooped Soap's ass. Soap has no chance against him. We've seen that. I'm pretty sure that black ring around his neck is probably like the gray ring in my tub after Cluffy used it without permission. Then he tried to tell me that Tony told him he could use it. And Tony's like, dude, he's like 3 times my size. I don't want him to sit on me. You know, I mean, Tony's making a joke about it, but he goes, he was really adamant that he needed it. And he told Tony this, that it was because his ass hurt.
God,
I'm not even joking. That's what Tony told me. Now, maybe Tony was joking about it. I don't know. That's what I know, what Tony told me. So Cluff's always talking about, oh, yeah, Josh is lying about this, lying about that. I'm not lying about shit, fucker. I'm telling you what people tell me. Now, if they're not being honest, that's on them. But I believe Tony because you're a weird son of a bitch, in my opinion. And you're a nasty son of a bitch. I can tell you that, in my opinion. You are gross, nasty, and you smell like a giant ass cushion.
God. Puro
Pinche
culo.
culero, cachino. Muy fundido. The guy's nasty, bro. I'm telling you. When he teaches people Spanish, you know what we're saying here. His ass stinks. Let's put it that way.
He's got
You walk down
colonitis.
the window of him, man, and you smell that culero, man. That guy, he just stinks, man.
Smell like culo.
For real. I mean, he's gross, dude. He's a nasty ass dude. And Barton with the underarms, dude, wear a freaking shirt already. I mean, good God, dude. And Larry, dude,
He ain't
walking
showing
around
no-
with his
he-
feet all
he's
out
showing
all the
no-
time.
You don't got no muscles. His bones. It looks like
Yeah, he's
tough-
over here showing his actually big pot belly with skinny arms and skinny legs. You know, he's a horrible looking person. They're horrible looking specimens. I'm telling you, they look terrible. I think one of the reasons why, and this is not even, once again, I'm not trying to be funny, man. I'm telling you, Abe. You know, we look like normal people. They look so bizarre. I mean, they look like they were traveling around on the railroad track with a bunch of freaks, and that's what they look like. They're a freak show.
Remind me of the movie Wrong
In
Turn.
Chernobyl. Yeah, it's unbelievable when you look at these people.
Like,
You can tell, you know.
Well, you know, I mean, they do live in. Old boy lives in Kentucky. Outdoor shitters, you know, live out there in the country, so they have no shitters. I think they might take showers with a hose. I don't know, but and then in those outdoor shitters, you gotta watch out for freaking black widows and shit like that.
Well, yeah. Here's what Tony said. Tony says, "I never said he could use it. I was talking about the house and how it had a cool bathtub in the master bedroom. He took it upon himself to use it when no one was around. It's not my bathtub." Well, when I talked to you, Tony, you had said that he had told you that he needed a bathtub and he wanted to use it because it had jets. And he said his ass hurt. Now, Clough admitted that to me. If I remember correctly, it was me and Anthony. And when I confronted him about it, and then Nelly was always nice to this fatso. Always nice to this guy. Oh, if he needed it, maybe he has hemorrhoids or whatever. I don't know what the fuck well, you said something, honey, like
For the truck stops.
He had to use it. He must be in a lot of pain or something.
yeah, but you said something about his butt or something. He was sore or something. Like, what is he sore? Because he's sitting around all the damn time. Get up and do your rounds, you fat son of a bitch. You wouldn't have that problem. I mean, Abe, above all things else, Abe, you've eaten dinner with me. We've been around each other in physical presence of one another. You know me. You don't stink. I didn't smell you or your wife. I'm not over there going like, geez, I'm going to fall off this fucking, chair. No, you didn't make me sick. Dude, I couldn't eat around this guy because he smelled so bad. And then he wants to go over there like, yeah, these people are losers. No, a loser is a person who's never seen speed stick in their life. They don't know what a toothbrush is. They think it's a beard comb, and it's a person who takes it upon themselves to not bathe for 2 weeks and then say, well, my butt hurts. Let me go and get in their bathtub and put a gray ring around it.
And this is
That
thing,
is the
brother,
fucking loser right there.
people like that are nasty like that attracts unclean spirits because
Unclean spirits. Yeah.
A dirty house with roaches like Ike's.
Dude, let me tell you something. We had a guy from the Middle East.
It's a vessel right there that they can attack.
It is. We had a guy from the Middle East who worked out there one time with Clough. And this guy never smelled. He was an older dude. He was from Jordan. And he always smelled like, what is that Aquavelva? He would use that cheap aftershave, I remember. But he didn't stink. Yeah, Aquavelva, whatever. He was a chef by trade, but he retired. He was a really nice guy. And he told me, he says, brother, I'm going to tell you. He's like, this man, his smell is so bad. He no bathe. He goes, he is attracted to jinn. He told us that. He told me, Scorpion, Anthony, and D that at the post. I said, this man, his smell is so bad because he walked up to his truck. And then Clough, if I remember correctly, what did you say? Oh, I had just eaten some cheeseburgers and I had the wrappers in there with the onions on the ground. I remember this guy don't speak Spanish. He just talks like this. Freaking weird. But yeah, he's over here talking about burgers with onions and shit, right? No, dude, that ain't no burgers with onions. That's your stank ass, dude. It was a sweat stank ass is what it was. Because he's a hairy guy. And I can only imagine how much hair he has down there. It's probably trapping smell because hair traps bacteria smell. It does. And so you're supposed to clean yourself very good, and do it daily. This person doesn't do that. And I'm telling you, I wasn't trying to be mean. This guy wants to be vicious and talk a bunch of shit. I can tell everybody all the shit about you, dude. You're a grotesque human being. You're a very nasty human being. So is Brother Larry. In my opinion, y'all are very nasty people. You're very gross. Some people may enjoy the smell. Maybe Larry's wife, he says she's on her knees 4 hours a day. Maybe she's cleaning the floor so he can walk around barefoot. I don't know what he does. Maybe she enjoys the smell of feet and, whatever, and onions. Maybe she likes it. Maybe that's her thing. I mean, poor lady lives with him. There's no telling. But, Larry's own daughter made a post one time, much like Mike's daughter. They have that in common. And she said, why are you always in everybody's business? Yeah, she made a post like that. You're always, in our business and everybody's business. Like, she knows her dad is a busybody. That's a sad, sad thing. That is a sad thing, and he's so weird. He is so freaking weird. You can only imagine he probably puts his wife through hell. And that's a speculation on my part, folks. I have no proof of how he treats his wife other than what we've seen in public. I saw him do nothing to his wife. or bad. I saw Barton do that, and I can also say this: I didn't see Clough mistreating his girlfriend. I did not. Now I saw her being kind of ugly with him, but she probably had her reasons because I could see how he is and how he would be very annoying and frustrating. But I did see Barton raise his hand to his wife. I'll put my hand on the Bible. I'll swear on a stack of Bibles and affidavit. I know what I saw. I promise you, God knows what I saw. And we were at the restaurant, the Jalapeno Tree, right there in Jefferson, at the conference, at Craig Woolheater's conference. And he mocked Craig Woolheater, like in his own house, because Craig had a picture, which is like this Bigfoot or whatever, and he put his face on the Bigfoot. I think it's kind of like a joke thing or something.
Wow.
I don't know, but Barton kept making fun of him, and I know that's what Craig got pissed off, because Barton has no couth, he has no manners. I told him he spit at the table, he spit the food out, and on Ken's birthday, it was a shitty thing to do, man. You take him out to eat, and you buy him a dress shirt, and and he's as soon as he got out of there, he got the shirt off so he could stink again.
You got no mannerisms, especially
No
when he's out
manners.
in the middle of the woods. I mean,
Well, and they're
I know.
always talking about we
Crazy.
should be out in the woods crawling around in the poison ivy like them. Let me tell you something. I go out in the woods as much as I need to. I live out in the country part-time. And I can tell you this. I don't want Lyme disease. These fuckers all got Lyme disease from going out there. I'll bet you Mike doesn't, because Mike, at least Barton will actually go out into the LBL and walk around the woods at night. You're a chicken shit who won't go 5 feet away from your house. I bet you that video he was making where Sarah was running around the woods making those noises, he was probably no farther than 20 feet from his house. Now, I'm just going to be honest about these people. I'm not even making up stuff. If it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not. I'm not going to lie about them, and I'm not going to make stuff up.
Like that. We caught her with a cell phone in her hand.
Yeah.
She was like 5 yards away from him.
Yeah. And here's my thing, Barton. If you want me to go on your channel and you want to question me upside down and backwards, then bring it on, buddy. I'll go on your piece of shit channel. I'll go on your channel or Clough's bullshit channel or whatever he's got going on, whatever dumpster fire he can conjure up. I'll go on Mike's channel any day of the week, and I will tell you, I will show proof of everything of what you've been doing. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, these men, these cowardly men, they will not let me be on their show. They will not. I promise you, because they know I will literally destroy them on their own channel. I will tear them apart, and every lie that they've been telling, every single falsehood and evil lying narrative will be destroyed.
Yeah, I suggest not even, man, because then you're going to be giving viewership.
Yeah, it would just give them viewership, but I'd still do it just because I could break them down right there on their channel in front of their goofy ass Hills Have Eyes audience. Because anybody who watches that shit, they probably also enjoy watching paint dry or sniffing shoes at the bowling alley. That's the kind of people that probably they collect pocket lint and make action figures out of it. That's just I can only guess the kind of hobbies they have. Bubblegum, chew bubblegum collection.
They want to call truce and bring peace to the community and start doing what
They'll
they're
never
doing.
do that.
No.
They'll never do that. They would not do that.
I know. On Rumble, this is Madeline's chaps at Rumble.
That's why I said let's go to Rumble. And I mean, if somebody wants to be the neutral party and host it, let them do it. And Barton can present all of his bullshittery. I'll debate all of them. Mike can get on there. They can all get on there, and I'll face them by myself. And I will shoot down every single lie that they can produce. Everything that they have lied about on their dumbass videos, which is, like I said, about as entertaining as watching paint dry or shoving cactus needles into your freaking toenails. These people, they have the retardation. They have the retardation.
Shooting his things at the person. You seen that video?
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, these people, they can sit there and spin the narrative and lie all they want. All these threats, we just keep threatening them. What I got to tell you is if we are making all of these threats, then they need to go to law enforcement and turn it in and let them deal with it. Instead, they're like, we turned you into law enforcement. They're watching you. And then they proceed to rant and rave and riot for 3 weeks.
They're the
And
ones
keep
that are saying threats.
And the harassment. It's
Wishing
nonstop
death on
harassment.
people. Crazy
Yeah.
wicked Dana. And that,
You know,
so
in a weird way with Dana, dude, I actually feel sorry for her. I know it sounds crazy and everybody thinks she's a horrible, evil person, and I'm right there with you. But they know that she's a lunatic and they let her spin out like that. They know that she's got mental problems. She's unhinged. She's got unclean spirits on her. And instead of praying for her, what these evil bastards need to do is take her and that other woman, Kaka, what's her name? Shao Kaka. Is that what's her name? Kake?
Shell de Coca or Coca. Shell del something.
No, it
Shell
is.
of
It
a
isn't
woman.
it spelled like Kake or Kake or something like that? Kake, whatever. If her and Shell Kake, her and Dana Ortega, just talking about them for a minute. These women spew horrible, evil, wicked things. If there was somebody in our group spewing evil, horrible things like that, we would take them and say, ma'am, let us pray for you. I think you're possessed. I mean, I'm being serious. You would take them aside and you would try to pray with them. You would tell them, we need to do something with you. You know, I'm no saint, but, you know, we get enough people together where 2 or more gathered together, it shall be done. You pray over these people. You don't just let them keep going and saying and horrible and I got to say, incriminating things. And they do. And they allow this. And then, you know, Mike's over there rubbing his hands together, his 2 little cockroach, limbs with his proboscis. He's over there like, yes, you're saying these evil things. And I mean, you know they are.
Then he says, "Sister, mommy," whispers,
Yeah.
like the video, "Mommy,
Mommy, no, mommy. What is that all about? What was Silver Bullet doing?
His personality when he was a kid jumped out of nowhere. Like, what the?
Oh yeah, I still think that there was something. Mike, I'm going to go on record as saying, in my opinion, I believe that there was something that happened.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, and then his sister Sarah is actually 20 years younger than him.
Mm.
So who knows if maybe he's the dad? I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I think there's a lot of Jerry Springerism, and I got to say, Kirk Reed, he told me he thought that there was a lot of weirdness going on in that family. He's like, let me tell you, there's a lot of weirdness going on. That's the way he talked, And he told me some weird shit, man. And at the time when he was telling me all this, I thought he was just being sour grapes. He wanted to sue him. He wanted to do all this stuff. And I'm thinking, maybe this guy's just mad. He's just pissed off. Now, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to say 100%, but I honestly, because I can't prove it, obviously, but I believe that there is some weird incestuous things going on. That is my opinion, folks, and I'm entitled to it. And I can believe it. I can't prove it, and I'm not going to say I can't because that would be a lie. Well, yeah, I don't want to even get into that. But there was people that shared some things with us, and I thought, man, oh man. And it wasn't just Kirk Reed. There was some other people too. Yeah, there's some weirdness, going on over there.
Wow.
I can't even say that about the other people because I don't know. I don't know what they do, but I know him. And to me, he's the worst one of all. And for them to all go over there and start helping this guy, knowing what they know about him, and they know about him. They know what he's accused of. But what they believe is that, he's being set up. It's all a conspiracy. You talk about a freaking weasel, dude, to pull the shenanigans that he has and then claim it's a conspiracy and then have the balls, the audacity to commit conspiracies while he's blaming other people for conspiracies. And we got the screenshots of their groups to prove it. They were all in a group called the People versus PRT. These people are nuts. They think we don't know everything that they've done. Abnormal roundtable. You know, these people, I can't even tell you. And he's like, it's all coming out. It sure is, buddy. You butterball turkey, you. It's all coming out. It's going to come out.
Oh my God.
But yeah, there'll be more about it eventually. They want us to make a counter video. Well, that'd be easy because it's easy. Go to PRT News and just refute everything that they've done and said. They spew nothing but lies. Now, they mix a little bit of truth in there, and then they put the lie in there, you know, and they're going back to like 2 years, 3 years, whatever, to dig up shit to try to say about us. Here's the funny thing about it, Jessica, and I got to say this. Who the fuck is watching you? Nobody gives a shit. And if you think I'm afraid of what you have to say, I promise you, every one of my listeners could watch that. You might con a few of them. You might con some soft-headed people into buying into your bullshit. But the reason that people go to PRT and the reason that they go to Abe and the reason that they go to Blondes and Booze and Help and Holler and all the other people that y'all despise, Tex, making fun of him the other day, you know, who? BMR, Harley Owens. The reason is because we're not boring. People like our shows. People like the material that we bring. People like the evidence that people like Abe and Bettina were collecting. People like that stuff. People like the guests. They like the interaction. They like the atmosphere. They don't want to be at a channel where somebody is just sitting there talking shit about somebody the whole time. And they damn sure don't want to have somebody going out into the woods going, no. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Like, he goes, yeah, okay. Somebody's out here. They're talking to me. There's somebody talking to me. I can hear it. I can feel it. You know, you don't feel shit, Ike. You don't feel anything. You're as dead as a doornail inside spiritually, dude.
Like, do you see the eye shine? See, it's a little baby deer. Get scared by a baby deer.
Yeah, exactly. These people are something else. So they want to go to a channel where there's content. He loves to attack me about being a storyteller, a reteller, whatever. At least that's my niche, and I'm doing something with it. You are supposedly boots on the ground, and you can't even do that. Why don't you do us all a favor and go back out into the woods and do some more chicanery so that we'll all at least have a good laugh if people are going to look at your ugly ass.
Yeah, there you go.
Kid. So that's my advice to them. Just turn your channels into joke channels. Barton should do a sword wielding video and just show everybody how to cleave off your triceps.
You can show us how you conquered diabetes. Slice the Coke, a 3-liter Coke in half with your sword.
And then he can go ahead and amputate his feet while he's at it too. Well, might as well get her done. Get her done. And you know, they one last thing I'm going to say, they spin the narrative that they're these hicks, you know, we're just good old boys, just having some fun. Fuck you, dude. All right. And I'm some city slicker. I was in the woods, in the country, raised around cattle for 15 years of my life. Came to the city, and it was like a culture shock to me. Had always lived out in the country, ran around barefoot when I was a kid, not when I was an adult, like an idiot, like Larry. But when I was a kid, I ran around barefoot for half the summer. Unless I knew I was going out into the forest, which, you know, there was a forest around the pasture there. And, you know, there's copperheads. So you're going to wear shoes, copperheads, rattlesnakes. But other than that, I'd run around barefoot. I'd be out there in the driveway just throwing my ball against the wall, you know, practicing baseball. That's what I did. And I'd take the football, and I had this little net, like I said, and I would throw it into it. And, you know, it was just what I did, you know, played by myself a lot unless I could get to town to play with my friends. And back then, none of the people in town called me a city slicker because I was raised out in the country. But I understood two things: soap and water. That's something these people is completely lost on them. They only understand corn and roaches, and they want to call themselves country people. Now, you are wrong turn people. You are heels have eyes people. You are not good old country people. There's something fundamentally wrong with their brains, in my opinion. Because only somebody with a messed up brain would continue on the way they have. And you're just going to make yourself look worse and worse and worse. And you're going to be, as you become bigger butts of the joke. So my advice to them would be to knock their shit off, focus on paranormal stuff, and but they can't. That's not going to get them anywhere. It's not going to get them anywhere. They got to use us.
Crazy. Nothing but failures. They have nothing to provide to any community. How many years of Barton say he's been doing this?
65.
How many podcasts he says he's got?
He said he's been the star of multiple channels. What does that say, Christopher? What?
Let me check and make it bigger here. Oops. It says Joanne. Okay, let me see if I can get it to the center.
Plup is a traitor. Plup is a straight up traitor.
I'll read it from my phone. It says, "It's Christopher." It says Joanne has hit it out of the park with abnormal investigations. A while back, she called him out on his channel. Of course, Mike never responded because he is a punk ass bitch. But yeah, I'm sure Joanne is on the level. She's very nice. And then Don is like, that's weird. What the government doing down there? But yeah, that's something that he said about Covington said about Dirty Ike.
Well, you understand something. They have forgiven each other for all the horribleness that they did to each other, because their enemies are us. They're focused on me and you. But we're not supposed to forgive Maddie for the stuff that she said about us, when they were the ones that instigated it all in the first place. Well, my phone's going dead, man. I'm going to have to jump off here, Abe. It was good talking to you, man.
Thank you, man, for jumping on and just having a good old time here tonight.
Yeah. Tomorrow night, we're going to do a show, and it is about a guy whose mother and grandmother took him to a curandera down in Mexico City. And he may have gotten attachment from an ancient Aztec deity, demon, whatever you want to call it, or creature.
What time is it live?
8:00. I'll be on 8:00 tomorrow.
I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, I might throw you a link, have you jump on, because it's right up your alley, man. Something kind of similar would happen to you. Not exactly, but along those lines. So yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, man.
All right.
Okay, Abe, you stay blessed, man. I'll see you.
Bless you and your family.
Same to you.
Continuous prayers to y'all for
Yes.
Heavenly Father. This is a little prayer.
Okay.
Heavenly Father, it's time we'd like to pray for Brother Just Turner, Paranormal Table, the family, Anthony, Tony, Sister Madeline, for you to continue to protect them spiritually against this wicked people from witchcraft, necromancy. As we place heavenly spiritual crosses on the doorways and windows and on them from head to toe. Send your heavenly angels and the Holy Spirit to do a clean sweep of the personal vessels and the homes, and to get rid of any negative attachments or unclean spirits. We tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Leave at this time. You're not welcome there. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow night on the live, or later tonight, I guess. Now it's already 6 a.m., but damn. All right.
Alrighty, brother.
All right. Bye.
Peace out. Thank you for tuning into Let's Talk About It. I hope you all enjoyed the show. Maybe, I don't know if we can do it all the Saturdays, but I think it was a pretty good show. Hope you all enjoyed it. Let's talk about it. I think I'm gonna start doing Let's Talk About It Saturdays. If y'all like that, I might do that. In saying that, thank you for everybody that tuned in. Thank you for the moderators. Remember to look for the link on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters if you want a Spiritual Encrypted Encounters shirt or a hoodie. Check it out with my friend brother Corey Stevenson from Breckcom One. In saying that, good night everybody and God bless you all. This is Brother Abe C.S. Sarn C.S. Signing off from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Everybody have a blessed day. Peace out, everybody.